Hello, good evening, everyone. Hello, welcome in Moose, welcome in G1, welcome in Aloha Gator, welcome in Suzabi, welcome in everyone, welcome in. uh, so yeah, you heard a hello, you did hear a hello because I'm actually like kind of drunk right now. Yeah, I'm actually kind of drunk right now. Okay, let me switch over and I'll tell you guys what happens. Yeah. I'm feeling a little chaotic today. So yeah, I decided to do something different. I went to this new Japanese restaurant in my neighborhood earlier, and I saw they had like a lemon sour on the menu, which was very surprising to me because that's not something you see often here in the States. And for those of you who don't know, lemon sour is strong zero. It's basically like my favorite drink of all time. Um, and I ordered it because, like, why not? I initially wasn't going to because I didn't have my ID with me, but like, they didn't card me, so I was able to get it. And it was okay. It didn't taste as good as the ones I get in Japan, but I was drinking it and I was kind of like, this is kind of watered down. They could have made it stronger, right? I was like, okay, they could have made it stronger. Like this is weak shit, right? This is baby shit. And then and when I was done with my meal and we had paid and everything, I stood up and I was like, whoa. Like, oh, okay, I was not expecting that. Okay. Like I was like, ooh, okay, wow, it was hitting me, right? I wasn't expecting that. So then well, it's because I was with my parents. Like whenever I'm with my parents, like they don't card me for whatever reason. So yeah. Oh, I woke up from a headache. Well, I hope you feel better, Moose. I hope you feel better. But I got home and I was like, you know what? I'm too tired to stream. I'm probably just gonna, call it for the night. And then just like out of curiosity, I went to the mini fridge and I just like out of curiosity, I was like, do I still have any booze left? And way at the back, I saw I had a can of 196 vodka soda. And I was like, oh yeah. Oh yeah. So I cracked I cracked that bad boy open and I've been sipping on that. I don't know what the fuck they put in that lemon sour. Next time I go there, I'm gonna have to ask them because like that was like, ooh. It didn't like taste that strong. It didn't taste that strong, so I wasn't like expecting this. But suddenly seeing I had more booze gave me the motivation to stream. I get carded sometimes, but sometimes I'm not, which does alarm me sometimes. Yeah, yeah. Hmm. Oh, you treated yourself to an adios. That's nice. That's nice. Um, Today I spent most of the day working. I had to catch up on like my work, and then I had to work on my final project for my communication class, which is like an essay. Which is it's just annoying, but I got like most of it done. The only thing I need to find another source because I'm supposed to have a minimum of 6 sources to support my claims or whatever. And I've only found 5 so far. And so I still have to find one more. And it's just like, ugh. Like, I hate that. I hate that so much. Like, source, common sense, my brain. Source, divine inspiration. Yes, exactly. You get it. It's like, oh, they need to be from like academic journals and reputable sources. And I'm like, ugh. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to fucking say? Yeah, my sources, I made it the fuck up. Exactly, exactly. I hate citing my sources. I hate it so much. I've like before, like in high school and stuff, I would like find my sources and I would work based on my sources. But I found that to be too much trouble. So what I what I do now is like not like I don't, yeah, source, it is known. Exactly, exactly. I don't know if this is like a violation of academic integrity, but what I do is I write my stuff. I write down like what I'm trying to say, and then I go and find sources that support that support what I'm trying to say. Which is not something that you're like, well, I mean, in science, if you're doing science, you're like, you shouldn't do that. But like in humanities, I feel like it's not as bad. Yeah, exactly. I used to use Wikipedia as well. But like either like, oh, Wikipedia is not a valid source. And I'm like, okay, fine. So I have to go to like like um like those like journals and those publications and shit. Yeah, everyone does it. I hope so, yeah. Because it's so much easier to do that, where I can just like say like blah 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 blah. And I can go and find an article or like an essay or whatever, or a review or something that also says blah 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 blah, and I could just say like, oh, these two things are connected, blah 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 blah. So that's what I've been doing. So that's like the last thing I have to do, which is gonna be like the annoying part. Um, but yeah. Let's see, what else? What else? Ooh, oh dear. My allergies were like, actually, I've been noticing that like I think it's because of my allergies, my throat has been kind of dry recently. Stupid because Wikipedia gets considered not valid because it cracked on misinformation. Yeah, but I will say sometimes with Wikipedia, like although a lot of like on Wikipedia, like sources are cited, sometimes the sources are like out of date or like they're no longer like you can't access them anymore, which is something I've noticed when trying to like look at Wikipedia for like information or like inspiration, I guess, for like possible sources. I'll be like, oh, okay, they're saying this, which supports my claim. I'll go see the source. And I click on the source and it's like, this page is not available. Or like, oh, this source hasn't been updated since like 2009. And it's like, oh, well, okay, I guess this isn't like valid. So I mean, it really depends. Like in something where it's like something that, I don't know, that's like more recent, like something that should be annually updated, it's fine. But if you're looking at something like more obscure, like Japanese textile production, then you're probably gonna have a harder time finding like an up-to-date source. I changed the Wikipedia article for Godzilla by changing his height slightly shorter and someone got it in 3 minutes. Oh, okay. Yeah, I would imagine that's something that like people look at. Like, I don't know. I guess Wikipedia Giannis have it on, have like, I don't know, alerts set up or something whenever someone tries to update a Wikipedia source or some shit. But yeah, I have to finish that tomorrow. But I spent like 6 hours yesterday after I finished with my homework. I spent like 6 hours writing fan fiction, which I haven't done in like, I don't know, several years, I guess. Yeah, I haven't really done that in several years. Because like I go through these periods where like I get really obsessed with like no, Wattpad. Oh no. This is just like Google Docs. This is just Google Docs. It's not like fleshed out or anything like that. I haven't published anything. But I go through these periods where I go through like my rotating my rotating cast of husbandos, and I get one of them stuck in my head for like a period of time, and I just start like imagining like scenarios, and I'm like, oh, I've got to, I like it. It just like it becomes so present in my brain that it's like I can't do anything else, and like the only thing that like helps me is like writing it down. Silveris, welcome in. So I did that for like 6 hours yesterday. And because I haven't written anything in so long, I realized that I have forgotten completely how to punctuate dialogue. Royal Beef, thank you so much for your 23 months. Thank you, thank you. Once again, I appear out of nowhere. Yes, thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate that. Thank you. But I completely forgot how to punctuate dialogue. So I need to like figure out how to do that. Otherwise, it's just gonna bother me every time I look at it. But it's like, the way I write is really weird because I really enjoy writing dialogue. Like, I will just write like 6 pages of like 2 people having a conversation with like nothing else happening. I don't know why, but it's just like dialogue is so interesting to me. And then like I'll write and I'll like open another doc and I'll write like a different scenario with a different conversation. And I'll be like, oh, I have to like if I want to make it into an actual narrative, I'm like, oh, I've got to figure out how to connect these two things to each other so it like actually flows in a reasonable way. So that's like probably the weakest part of like my writing is I just kind of write dialogue or exposition and not really like connecting like paragraphs, I guess. Um but yeah, that's what I've been doing for the past couple days, I guess. I don't even know where the hell it came from. It just kind of like appeared out of nowhere like oh, hey, remember this guy? Yeah, like time to imagine self-insert story scenarios. So yeah, that's what's going on with me. Um, I was also looking for like doing research on like several subjects because like the story, like, I don't even know if it's a story or if it's just like a collection of like scenes that I'm writing involves like kind of not obscure, but like something that I absolutely have no knowledge about, which is like Japanese traditional textile production. So I've kind of been going out of my way to like research it, and I've been having like a lot of trouble finding like, I don't know, specific information. But it's also like it doesn't necessarily need to be accurate because it's like a fantasy setting. But I'm the kind of person where it's like if I write something, it has to be as close to canon as possible, or I like can't stand it. I don't know why. Like if I write something, it's like this needs to be as accurate to canon as possible, or I'm going to like lose my shit. Grishlock, welcome in. So I've had to do a lot of like research and also like not back reading, but just like trying to remember specific like are we talking about fanfics? Yes, we are. Like things that like I would need to like flesh out my narrative, I guess. And yeah. Also written so that it feels believable and not outlandish, like this is a fanfic. Kind of. Yeah, like I love and respect source material. Like I don't like AUs. I don't like making a character have a completely different personality. Like if that's your thing, then that's fine. But for me, it's like, well, if you're going to write them oh, you're gonna write them like in a university, then like why not like make your own characters? Or it's like, oh, like I'm going to give this character a completely different personality. And it's like, well, then why not just make your own character? Like, I don't really get it. I don't really get it. Like, for me, I'm very intense about making, like, my work feel as, like, accurate to the source material as possible because I respect the source material, right? I respect the source material. Yeah, as long as they're internally consistent. Or if it's an AU, make it interesting but very believable. Yeah, I think that's also, like, relatively okay. Because, I don't know, I just, like, knowing the source material is something I kind of take pride on. Because, like, I don't like it when I read something and then it just like internally I'm like, actually, he did not do this because in chapter blah, 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 this character actually said something else. You know, I'm that person. I mean, obviously I don't say it, but it's like, it bothers me internally, you know? In comics, for instance, the trope of AU variant of a hero who is evil in the universe, that's a well-established trope, but they try to keep internal consistency based on what was in that different in the timeline. Exactly. Like, yeah. Even with the Warcraft book, the actually pops into my head. Yeah, pretty much. It's also a little bit difficult because, like, the character I'm writing about doesn't really have a whole lot of, like, personality in, like, there's not really a whole lot of, like on the wiki, the wiki, I hate to use that term. There's basically, like, 3 sentences about like the type of person that he is, and then the rest of it is devoted to like like listing every single one of his like evil deeds. Yeah, I tried watching the Yakuza Amazon show. I couldn't even get past the first episode, dude. I didn't even get past the first episode. So like on one hand, that does give me a lot of room to kind of like make my own interpretation of the character. But on the other hand, it's like I feel like I have to really work with the little information that I have. Like what little information that I have, I feel like I can like I have to work with it and make it at least somewhat accurate, you know? Because that's like my thing. Because like I'm not the kind of person where it's like, no, I actually am the kind of person where I'm like, what is this person like when they're not being evil, right? Like what are they actually like when they're not being evil? The three tiers of canon. There's canon TM, head canon, and fanon. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I would say like I kind of like revolve between canon TM and head canon. Like I kind of exist between those two like spaces. I never go into like the fanon space. Yeah, exactly. That's not Kiryu. Like I don't know that guy. This guy's not fucking Kiryu. Exactly, exactly. Um so like I tried to go over and like edit some of my work today, but I was just like, I don't want to do this. So yeah. Yeah, fanon is pure fiction. Exactly, exactly. Also, let you know, welcome in. My headcanon is that everything I like is good and everything I don't like is bad. True. Very true. Very, very true. Yeah, I've also heard bad things about the DMC adaptation. I don't really know anything about Devil May Cry, so I can't really like attest to it. But yeah, I know people are like not happy with that. I was like considering watching it, but I was also kind of like, you know, just like seeing like the way Adi Shankar kind of like acts on Twitter. I'm just like, you know what? I don't even want to give anything that he has like laid a finger on like the time of day, like just based on his personality alone. I'm like, I don't want to touch anything this guy has worked on ever. Is the death guy in that meme of death knocking on doors? Yeah, I saw there was like a Reddit post of him from like a few years ago that was basically saying that he was like within the industry or whatever considered like a piece of shit or something, which given the way he has been acting doesn't surprise me. I get that kind of vibe from him. So yeah. Cod, welcome in. How's the vodka soda? Oh, it's good. It's good. Yeah. I actually have some more of it. Wait, no, he didn't do Castlevania, did he? No, he didn't do Castlevania. He only did Devil May Cry. Did he actually do Castlevania? No fucking way. He did Castlevania too? Are you fucking with me? What the fuck? Okay, I'm gonna look at this on Wikipedia. Hold on. What did he do? Oh no, he was a producer. Oh, company's Adi Shankar Animation. Oh no. I did not realize that. I will admit though, I did really like the Castlevania show, but that's because I know nothing about Castlevania to begin with. So that just reflects on me personally. I did enjoy it, but that's only because I literally they're both now I feel gross knowing that I enjoyed a piece of media that he put his grubby little hands on. Man. And I just finished season 2 or whatever as well. I just finished Castlevania Nocturne. Hello, Alex. Welcome in. Chicken sandwiches or cheeseburgers? I don't know if you know this, but I'm a pescatarian. I technically don't eat like burgers or chicken sandwiches, but you know, if you give me a veggie burger with cheese on it, then I'll eat that. I'll eat that. A broken clock, I guess. Yeah, the Trevor Sypha was cute. It was. I agree. Yeah. Um, I developed an obsession with Carmilla because she is like an evil lady. And yeah, Impossible Burger versus Impossible Chicken Burger. Okay, you know what? Actually, that's a really good question, Grishlock. I've had both of them. I've had both of them, and both of them are pretty good. But if you're gonna give me a choice between the two, I would say the Impossible Burger. I would say the Impossible Burger. I'm very certain Olrox in Nocturne was based off of Adi Shankar. That's like the worst thing I've heard all day. That's the worst thing I've heard all week. Oh my god. Olrox was cool though. Olrox was like cool. He was a little bit like, okay, I don't want to sound like weird or anything, but like Olrox was kind of like, how do I explain this? Like he was a cool character, but it's like, okay, you're a Mexican, you're a vampire, and you're gay? Pick a struggle. Pick a struggle, my guy. Come on. You know, it's like, you get too many things, dude. That's too many things. Come on. God. I wish we had Game Olrox. Game Olrox is a blue-skinned vampire in purple suit with silver trimming. Oh, I see, I see. Can't consume vampire media anymore. I've seen so many, like, I don't really consume, like, well, I obviously watched Castlevania, but like, I kind of like have my own sort of headcanon about like how vampires function in my brain. But like the one thing I still haven't really like figured out for myself is like, I was under the impression that you can turn someone into a vampire by like making them drink the blood of a vampire. Like biting them does not turn them into a vampire. You have to drink the vampire's blood to turn into a vampire, right? But sometimes it's like, oh no, if you get bitten, then you turn into a vampire. But like, I guess it depends on like which like piece of media you like. I mean, at the end of the day, you can do whatever you want because like there's no like vampires, as far as we know, aren't real. So you can kind of just make up whatever you want about them, right? There's no canon vampire like lore. I just want Konami to stop doing everything else that isn't making a Castlevania game. I love Feet. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for that. Depends on the vampire lore source. For instance, BG3 Asterion becomes a spawn via drinking the blood of his master. But in Skyrim, yeah, vampirism is a cursed disease in Skyrim. Some say you get turned into a ghoul by drinking the bloods. Yeah, exactly. It really depends on like what kind of source material you're like basing it on, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, people can do whatever they want at the end of the day. Yeah. There were 4 seasons of Castlevania? There were, aren't there? Okay. Vampires cannot swim because water reflects sunlight, plus holy water cannot be diluted, therefore a single drop of holy water in the ocean. And that's all I'm fairly certain of at this point. You know, that is a really good, like, that's a very interesting, like, way to think about it. Like, yeah, you know, someone probably at some point, like, spilled holy water in the ocean. at some point, I guess. There's also World of Darkness lore, where the best, to my knowledge, it's more in the cursed disease category, but it's added complexity and closer to Cain, your lineage is the stronger you tend to be. Vampires specifically cannot cross running water. Still water is fine. Okay. So, theoretically, if you built a dam, would the vampire be able to cross the dam? Because the water is technically not running. Like, it's still on one side and it's still on the other. Would a vampire be able to cross a dam? That's what I want to know. See, I don't think that vampires, like, I mean, like, I don't think that vampires sweat. I don't think they sweat. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, well, you know, maybe they don't. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. That depends on the lore as well. For instance, some bloodlines in Warhammer Fantasy are immune to some sets of classical. Oh, I don't think. Yeah, exactly. I don't think they sweat. I don't think they sweat. But I mean, like, you know, obviously, if you spend enough time rolling around in the dirt or whatever, then you could probably stink a little bit. I mean, they probably don't brush their teeth. You know. Like vampires only sweat in yaoi art. You know what? That's true. That's probably true. That's probably true. I can't confirm this personally, but it's probably more or less true. Mm. Yeah, see, like the whole garlic thing, like for me in my personal headcanon, at least at this point in time, um, is that like, well, okay, I was kind of working on like this like fantasy world in my head where it's like vampires exist, but they're not really like repelled by the act of God because they're like demons basically. They don't, but not like in a like angel, like not in a like, how do I explain this? Not in like a Abrahamic sense, but more in like a Freerin kind of sense, if that makes sense. I guess kind of. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. But I have my own personal like headcanons about how vampires function in my the way the way my fantasy world works in my head. So that's kind of what I base my like opinions off of. I mean, basically, I just feel like anyone can kind of like make up whatever the hell they want about vampires. Yeah, if you want to treat it with Castlevania logic, then like more power to you. You know, I just prefer to think about it in a way that is more like convenient to me, I guess. You know, like how do I explain this? Like. Not really in like a Twilight sense, but more in a way that is like personally satisfying to me, I guess. If that makes sense. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how to explain it. More weak to true faith. So if someone was a true believer in the flying spaghetti monster, a box of pasta could repel a vampire. Yeah, I get what you're going with that. Like that's kind of like a very interesting and kind of subjective way of looking at it. Like if I truly believe in my Amazon Basics fiber gummies, then that could theoretically repel a vampire. Like that's just I like that because it's a very funny to concept to work with. I guess that's why Alucard in Helsing uses absurdly large. Oh my god. So I was looking for some like Alucard fan fictions, like Castlevania Alucard, not like Helsing Alucard. But like I kept accidentally like I would start reading something and then halfway through I would realize they were probably not talking about Castlevania Alucard. They were talking about Helsing Alucard. Because it's like they have the same name. And I was just like reading something and they were like basically like, oh yeah, like it's like it's like World War II and like the Nazis are there. And I'm like, wait, when did that happen in Castlevania? And I was like, oh, they're probably talking about the other Alucard. So I was like, I would start reading something and then I'd be like, oh wait, that's the other guy. Okay. I actually I don't know anything about Helsing Alucard, to be honest with you. A posture check, thank you. I was actually shrimping, so I appreciate that. Yeah. Oh, it's Laria. Welcome in, welcome. But to change the topic a little bit, I was watching Almontis play. He actually finished up Metal Gear Solid earlier today, and I was watching him playing it. I was very interested to see the ending because he was able to save Meryl, which I was not able to do in my initial playthrough of Metal Gear Solid because I failed the torture sequence. Oh, RNG Smiles, thank you so much for your four months. Thank you. Oh, and thank you for the doggy. Thank you. Because I was like, when I first played the torture sequence in Metal Gear Solid, you know, when you have to smash like the button to make sure Snake doesn't like die. Because like when you start that sequence, Ocelot says like, oh yeah, if you fail, it's game over. And also you can't use like the auto fire button on your controller. So I was under the impression that like that was true. Like if I failed the torture sequence, then it would actually be game over. Right? I thought that like they were gonna do that. But like I was watching Almontes do the torture sequence and he failed it several times. And then I felt really silly because I was like, oh, I could have actually retried this. Like Ocelot was just like being a dick. I should never have believed him. And also apparently like he was able to use the rapid fire button like without it being detected, but I think that's because he was playing on an emulator, whereas I was playing like on my PS2, like with original hardware. And also the DualShock 2 controller, as far as I'm aware, doesn't have a rapid fire button, or at least if it does, I don't know how to use it. So I failed the torture sequence and I got the Otacon Yaoi ending, where Otacon and Snake ride off into the Alaskan sunsets together. So it was very interesting for me to see like the true ending, I guess, the Meryl ending. And it honestly felt weird to me because like Snake and Meryl have like such little chemistry in comparison to like Snake and Otacon. Like that's just the way it is. PS2 might have had some turbo controllers. Oh, okay. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I wouldn't be surprised about that. Cause it's like obviously Snake and Otacon have so much more like dialogue and like interaction and just like they like, I don't know, just like the way Snake and Meryl interact just feels kind of like, it doesn't really feel natural, I guess. Gingo, welcome in. Which like he was commenting on that like Snake and Meryl have like zero chemistry in comparison to like, you know, the way he interacts with Otacon. But then it got me thinking about how like he was basically saying how like Metal Gear Solid is basically like the only serious Metal Gear game, like the one that actually tries to say something, whereas everything else is just like goofy nonsense going forward. And it's like, yeah, you know, that's true. That's true. Because I was yeah, Metal Gear Revengeance. Okay, I still have not played Revengeance, so I don't know about Revengeance. But I was like thinking in comparison to MGS5, which is basically like almost nonsensical at times and completely like goofy. Like, I mean, obviously, you know, part of that is due to its troubled development. Because like I was like MGS5, like didn't like Konami like lock Kojima in a room or something, or they weren't allowing him to talk to like the other people working on the game or something like that? I don't know. I don't know about shitposts for Metal Gear Rising, and outside of Snake and Smash, I don't know any. Okay. It's extremely political, except also hilarious how it states things. Yeah, basically. Because it's like, everyone makes fun of that scene in Metal Gear Solid 5, where like Snake just like takes a car ride with Skullface, and then Skullface is basically like giving him his whole like spiel, and Snake, I mean, well, Big Boss is just like, okay, sure, dude, whatever. You know, it's such an awkward cutscene. Not allowing Kojima to talk to people seems like the safest option overall, TBH. Oh man. Skullface looks too much like the Hamburglar for me to take Seriously. You're right. You're honestly, that's you're not wrong about that. You're honest. You're not wrong about that. To be fair, that's only because Skullface prepared that speech and is spilling the beans to the wrong man. Yeah, that's also a part of it. He basically prepared the speech and he's not even telling it to the right person. He's not even like saying it to the right person. And just like it's just so funny to me. Okay, spoilers for Metal Gear Solid 5, I guess if anyone cares. But basically what happened is that at least as far as I can remember, what happened is that they were trying to, well, this was in Ground Zeroes. Where is that the Nano Machines game? Are there Nano Machines in MGSV? I don't remember. But like in Metal Gear, in Ground Zeroes, Big Boss went to rescue Paz from like Skullface, I think. It was like a black site or whatever. I don't even remember why they kidnapped Paz in the first place. I didn't play Peace Walker, but yeah, Metal Gear Rising is then. Yeah, I think so too. But anyway, he rescued her, and they got her on like the helicopter, and they're going back to Mother Base, and then it like the game ends or something, and then it like when you restart on Metal Gear Solid 5, it's like they have, this is kind of disturbing actually. I don't even like talking about this. Paz is basically like, groaning in pain the entire time, and there's like a doctor on there who's like trying to like, figure out what's wrong with her. And then like they're like, yeah, actually there's like something like in her stomach. Like there's like something there. And then it turns out that they had like put like a bomb inside of her, which is really fucked up, which is incredibly fucked up. To kill like Big Boss. And then like the bomb explodes, but like Big Boss escapes. And what they do is they basically get like some guy, I think like, was it like the helicopter pilot or some, I don't remember who it was. And they basically give him like a bunch of plastic surgery. He was the medic. Okay, he was the medic. They give him like a bunch of plastic surgery, and they basically like what's the like they hypnotize him into believing that he's Big Boss or some shit. And so you play through the entire game like basically like not entirely sure if like the guy you're playing is Big Boss. And then they like reveal it at the end in like the stupidest way possible. Yeah, they gave him his memories somehow in like, I don't know, the 80s. They somehow figured out how to do that. And then there was a guy who was like on fire or something who like chased, and there's a guy and you can see his ass crack. Anyway, the game is actually pretty fun. The game is actually pretty fun. Because you basically just like get to run around Afghanistan and listen to 80s music and like kidnap people and bring them back to your base and like make them work for you. Actually, it's a fever dream. It's a fever dream. It's actually a pretty fun game. I really liked it. But like the ending is so stupid. The ending is really stupid. Even though he's technically the real Big Boss, he still achieves more than the original Big Boss and earns the, yeah, exactly. Like, I don't even remember what like Big Boss was doing during that time. Like, I guess he was just like big chilling or some shit. He was just like big chilling. But yeah, it like it's just so like, I mean, obviously it's like Kojima, so of course it's gonna be absurd. But it's like, it was just like a really stupid ending, and everyone was kind of unsatisfied with it. Doing strafing in a helicopter to kids in America speak. Yeah. Oh, and then there's Quiet, who like, I don't even remember what her like deal was. She was like a sniper sent to kill like, yeah, the real Big Boss did actually save fake people. Yeah. That was the guy with the ass crack, I think. I don't remember. Um, but like Quiet was just like, I think she was like an assassin sent to kill like Big Boss slash Venom Snake, but he like kidnapped her and like kept her in a cage in like the middle of Mother Base. Which is like, okay, my guy, okay, that's a little weird. Who, and like, you know, as you do, yeah. And it's like her whole deal is that like, oh yeah, she has to wear like a sleeve. She has to wear like a black leather bikini because she breathes through her skin. And as Kojima once said, like, once you learn what her struggle is, you will regret your words and your deeds. That's like one of my favorite Kojima. Hold on, I need to look this up. What was the actual tweet? That's like the fun. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. Okay, let me. Oh, is it still up? Is it still up? It is still up. Okay, yeah. So he says like, but once you recognize the secret reason for your exposure, you will feel ashamed of your words and your deeds. Like, okay, dude, like just say you're a Cooper. Just say like, I like sexy ladies in bikinis. Like, you don't have to do this. You know? Yeah, it was absolutely necessary for Kojima to get scans of the model's feet for this character. Exactly. It's like my guy, you don't have to try and like hide it behind like an arbitrary reason. You could just say like, I like women in I like white women in bikinis. That's all. You could just say that. But he has to go around acting like an art hoe. I was thinking about that earlier today, where that Kojima is literally just like a male art hoe. He literally is. He literally is just a male art hoe. It's so funny. It's so funny. When was this tweet posted? September 7th, 2013. 10 years? It was posted more than 10 years ago. Oh my god, that's like top 10 Kojima tweets. This is probably like one of my top 10. This is like honestly probably my top 5. Oh my god. That's crazy. Okay, there's this like thread from Reset Era that says 3 years after, are you ashamed of your words and your deeds? Oh. He's the world's most powerful Coomer. He really is. He really is. But like he's like he I don't know. Do you guys feel like Kojima is like safe horny? Because I feel like he kind of is. Like he's more like artsy horny, if that makes sense. Which is kind of tangential to like safe horny. He's a Redditor. I disagree with that. I don't think he's a Redditor. I think he's just like been huffing his own farts for a very long time. And I love what he makes when he's high off of his own farts. I love what comes out of his weird little head. Exactly, a Redditor. Shut up. Yeah, he's not like horribly degenerate. It's just that he won't like admit it. So you're saying he's a chawner? He's not unhinged enough to be a chawner. He's not that unhinged. Like everything he does is kind of veiled in this like air of like, not pretentiousness. Well, maybe pretentiousness. Maybe pretentiousness. Okay. No, I mean, unhinged, like he's, when I say unhinged, I mean, he's not like schizoing out. He's not like a schizo. He's not like schizo posting or anything like that. He's basically just like, or you get what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying with that? Like he's not like totally schizoing out. I'm gonna Google something up. Oh, okay. I Googled best Kojima tweets. I want to see what people think are his best tweets. Kojima Twitter greatest hits thread. Okay. Oh, this is like a thread of his like various tweets. Oh god, I gotta see what's in here. I feel like the fact that he refuses to admit something is based as he just wants to be around pretty white women in bikinis makes me a little suspicious. Death Stranding does feel like something a homeless person would yell at you. Okay. Fine. Before likes were hidden, he was really? I never looked at his likes before. Oh, these are good. These are good. Okay. I forgot about this one. So this is a tweet also from 2013. This is real. Wait, hold on. Let me see if this tweet is still up. I'm not sure if I'm comfortable with all this Kojima slander. I'm not Oh, I mean, everyone else is slandering him. I'm not slandering him. I'm not slandering him. Okay. This is from August 14th of 2023. Hideo Kojima EN. His official English account tweets, "Just so you know, it may look like a rainbow flag t-shirt that I'm wearing today, but I am not gay." That one's really good. That one's really good. I don't know if Almontes has ever seen this. I'm gonna send this to him. I'm gonna send this to him right now. I think he'd get a kick out of this one. Wait, what the hell? Okay, never mind. I think the message sent? I don't know. Okay, hold on. That one's a pretty good one. That one's a pretty good one. Is he overcompensating? Okay, here's another really good one. I don't know the context of this one. Oh, okay, it's about a novel that he wrote in college. So he is talking about a novel he wrote in college. And he says, "For gender equality, they invented artificial wombs that enable men to give birth. And the story is about the young male students who are trapped for the lab experimentation." Okay. Okay. Yeah, can you extrapolate? Can you further explain this, please? Okay. Oh, that's a good one. Oh, here's another really good one. When I met and talked with Keanu, I understood what Nicholas Refn was talking about. Why he attracts not only the audience, but also many people. He is not only attractive as an actor and star, but also as a human being. He makes you want to do things with him. I don't think he meant that in like a sexual sense, but it's very easy to interpret that way. Oh, this one I haven't seen before. This one I have not seen before. So he's talking about Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio. English Squid, welcome in. Oh, thank you. 165th streamer complimented. Thank you. Keep on going on. Okay, so he's talking about Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio. He says, this was from 2021. I was also influenced by Pinocchio. Raiden, swallowed by the huge white whale of the Information Society, is digested in his stomach and vomited out through the anus. After that, his puppet of information control cuts the strings and starts walking on his own legs. That's Metal Gear Solid 2. Yeah, he wrote a college story about Mpreg, which is okay. Okay. Oh, that's good. So he not only likes Mpreg, but also more. We're learning more and more about him as the time goes on. I'm trying to find more good ones. Wish there was a word for that. Let's see. Oh, here's another interesting one. This is from December 2021. He says, I'm scared. I feel like I've been erased from the world. A man who has been erased from the world. Ha ha. Let's see. There's the schizo post. Okay, yeah, that is kind of a schizo post. That is kind of a schizo post. Oh, let's see. Most of the rest of these like posted pictures are just him with like various celebrities and just like his movie reviews. Yeah, he hasn't made a good schizo post in a really long time, which is a shame. That's a shame. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Okay. I guess, oh, hold on, wait. Was there anything else I want to talk about? I think there was. Let me check here. Oh, yeah. So I in my research that I've been doing for my fan fiction, I've rediscovered some, like, there's a specific ship from Naruto which is really, really funny to me. And that is Madara x Sakura. It is so absurd. I consider it like a crack ship because of how like absurd it is. It's really Madara Uchiha. Like it's like, not only does it like not make sense in terms of like the timeline, but it's like it's really funny. No, the original Madara, not Toby. The original Madara, the original one. But like the way I picture it, like it honestly like the way I picture it is like Sakura gets so fed up with like Sasuke's edgy emo bullshit that she's like, fuck you, Sasuke. Screw you, Sasuke. I fuck your granddad. And Sasuke is just standing there like, you what? Like she just like does it to like piss him off or something. I mean, it would probably work. It would probably work. Like obviously Sasuke is like completely apathetic towards Sakura until like the very end of the series where like Kishimoto basically like kind of forces them like, okay, now kiss. Like it's basically just like a forced romance. So I could like the idea of that is so funny to me, where she's just like, yeah, you know what, you won't give me attention, so I'm gonna go after your granddad. Obviously I know that Madara isn't technically Sasuke's granddad, but it's just funny to think of it that way. Like he would probably be upset. Cute girl boss moment. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, shit, I didn't know she offered the sequel. Pretty much. Yeah. Naruto was good up until Boruto. Yeah, I don't fuck with Boruto. I've never like everything I know about Boruto, which is not a lot, I have learned against my will. Yeah, no one, I don't think Boruto is even like that popular in Japan, to be honest with you. Like Naruto Shippuden, original Naruto is like more popular than that. Look up Gaara in Boruto. Oh god. Wow. That actually pisses me off. This actually pisses me the fuck off, dude. He did kind of get cucked by Hashirama. He did. Yeah, he would. Yeah. Why would they do this? Why would they do this? Like, first of all, they made Anko, like, fat. Which is weird. There was no reason to do that. And they give Gaara this, like, awful, like, comb over. Why? Why would they do this? Yeah, I can't believe they did her like that. I know, right? Yeah, this is pretty bad. I'm not gonna show it on screen, but I found this picture from Reddit of Boruto Gaara, and someone photoshopped the Hitler mustache onto him. They photoshopped the Hitler mustache onto him. Oh. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh no. Oh dear. Yeah, I can see why Kishimoto was like, yeah, actually I'm gonna come back to work on Boruto, because this is mad fucked up. This is mad fucked up. Oh my god. Why would they do this? I don't even want to look at this anymore. This is like pissing me off. This is like actually pissing me off. Anyway, I suppose we should move on to the actual, what I actually wanted to do today, which was, I'm actually copying someone right now, because I was watching a stream earlier, and the stream I was watching, they were doing an Am I the Asshole review stream. And I was like, you know what? I've never done that before. That actually looks pretty fun. I think I'm going to do that today. So that's what I was intending to do today. So I was like, I have the, hold on, I think I can show this now. Here it is. There we go. So I was looking through some of these. A lot of these are kind of like relationship based, which is interesting to me. But I did pick out a couple that we can start with today. So this is a short one, but I guess this one is like, I skimmed over it and I was like, I don't really know what this is. So I'm going to read this. I recently found out my dad is considering adopting 2 male children, and I had a strong reaction. I walked into mom's room and saw her almost crying. When I asked her what the problem was, she told me dad is considering adopting 2 male children. I felt so bad. I have to call my dad immediately, and I told him I don't think it's a good idea and we're not seeing eye to eye on this. I'm feeling a bit torn. Part of me wants to support this decision, but another part of me has concerns about how this might affect our family dynamics. The father, who is already expecting a baby from their best friend, still wants to adopt kids. I'm trying to heal from the fact that he impregnated her best friend, and now this. So I think this is fake. I honestly think this is fake because this is too absurd. Some of my concerns include, how will this new addition affect our family's financial situation? How will my dad's relationship with my mom change? How will I as a sibling fit into this new dynamic? I think this is fake. Let's see what people say. Cause like there's like so little information given about this. Like there's not even an age thing on here, which is like what most people include, like, you know, M35, F28, that kind of stuff. So there's like very little context for this one. Hold on, who's the OP again? Sort by controversial. Let's do that. Is your dad's name Elon? Okay, here we go. Here's someone trying to like figure out what the situation is. We've been best friends until I found out she's carrying my dad's child, so the communication isn't there again as friends. As all these happened unexpectedly, and my mom is still battling with the emotional trauma, which is making her indecisive. But definitely she'll take actions. I'm putting this out because I'm concerned about looking to a quick solution to this mess. My friend is an adult, 20 years old. Okay, this is either fake or this is some kind of like, how do I put this politely? I can't figure out a way to put this politely, so I'll just put it plainly. This is either some like white trash or some ghetto shit, or it's fake. Those are my three hypotheses, I guess. AI writes bad stories. There's a secret third option, degenerate. You know, that's true. You're right. I didn't think about that one. Yeah, there's a ton of missing information. There's too much missing information on this. I don't think this is real. Although it could be purely over the fact that it's like typically when people write these fake stories, they have a narrative. They have a very detailed narrative that they flesh out to make sure that all of like their bases are covered, right? If that makes sense. Like if someone asks like, oh, you know, like this, they can say like, oh, this, and this. So either this is someone's baby's first like troll post, or this is like real. I don't really, I don't know. I can't really have an opinion on this one because I don't really know if it's real or not. This one seemed a little spicy. So I'm going to read this one. You posted this exact thing 19 days ago. Oh, interesting. Okay, this is reposted. Yeah, that would be, that's foul. I agree. That is completely foul. That is fucked up. So, am I the asshole for dumping my 2-year-long relationship for my intern? I, 28 male, met my ex-girlfriend while she was studying abroad. We immediately clicked and were in love. She returned back from her home country, investing so much time and money to study further, only to be with me and to build a future together. She came back and things were good. We did have our share of fights too. Fast forward, my now girlfriend, my intern, okay, thank you for the posture check, came into my office. We immediately clicked. Hold on, let me raise my microphone. That'll also help. We immediately clicked over shared interests, and she told me she's a better match for me. So she left her boyfriend and told me to leave my girlfriend. What? I left my girlfriend and got together with the intern the next day? What? I now get her to our shared apartment, even though my ex told me not to do so because it's disrespectful to her, LOL. At times, my now girlfriend makes loud moaning noises at night, and my ex complained to me and called her a bitch and a slut for doing so. Like, why is she so jealous now? Guess what? I got her home the same night and she was louder. My ex left the house and I feel kind of, this sounds fake. This sounds really fake. This reads like some kind of poorly written fan fiction. I agree. This was posted 19 days ago. Yeah, this is probably like clout chasing. That's weird. No, like, what's so so he broke up with his girlfriend, who he was sharing an apartment with. And then he brought his new girlfriend, his intern, to live in the apartment that he was sharing with his now ex-girlfriend. That's absurd. That's absurd. This is fake. Come on. What did I sort this by? Hot? Okay, no, let's sort by best. I have a feeling a lot of these are fake. Humans are cruel sometimes. I'm sorry, this is every Hallmark Christmas movie. Let's see. Epoxy floors. Okay, I don't know what the hell this is. This could be interesting. Let's look at this one. Am I the asshole for leaving my husband after I found, let me see how long this is. Okay, this is not super long. I found out the girl he claimed was his cousin is actually his daughter. I have been married to my husband for 10 years. Early in our marriage, he told me a touching story about his late uncle, a man who helped him during a difficult time in his life back home. He said the uncle and his wife both had passed away and left behind a daughter with no one to care for her. He said he wanted to honor his uncle by taking care of her, but she was still in our home country. We talked about it and I agreed we should help. We both contributed money to bring her to the US, helped her settle in, and made her part of our household. She's been with us for several years now. She always calls him uncle and refers to me as auntie, and I treated her like she was family. I even started seeing her like a daughter. Now, fast forward to a couple of weeks ago, I got sick and she went to pick up some medication for me. When she was out, her phone kept ringing over and over again, and I eventually picked up because I thought it might be important. It was a woman on the other end. She asked for the girl, and when I told her she wasn't around, she said something that knocked the breath out of me. She asked about her daughter and mentioned my husband by name, saying he was the father. Then she threatened that if he didn't allow her to see her daughter, she would involve the police. I was stunned. When the girl came back, I asked her directly who her father was. She hesitated and then told me the truth. My husband is her biological father. I felt sick. All this time, he let me believe that she was his cousin's child. He let me open my heart and home to her under false pretenses. He had a whole child before we got married and never told me. He didn't even come clean when she moved in. I had to find out by accident, through her mother, no less. When I confronted him, he tried to defend it by saying he thought I'd leave him if I knew the truth. He said he just wanted to be close to his daughter without complicating things. But to me, the lie is the complication. It's a betrayal that hurts the most. He robbed me of my right to choose whether I want to be part of the situation, and I can't stay with someone I can't trust anymore. So I left, and I packed up and left the house. Now I'm getting calls from his family saying I overreacted, that I am breaking the home, that he did it for love. Some had even said I was cruel to abandon the girl who sees me as her mother figure. Okay. So, what I don't really understand, what's a red flag to me, is how you go through the entire process of bringing her to the US and not like being aware of this. Like, unless the husband did all like the paperwork and stuff, which could be a possibility, I don't really see like obviously I don't know what the process is like to bring someone over to the US from another country. But like, doesn't that involve like showing their birth certificate to the government and stuff? Like, wouldn't you have to like see her birth certificate and like, wouldn't she have like the last name? I mean, she might not have the last name of her husband's. Well, like, yeah, this is a weird thing to lie about, but also like, okay, let's see what people are saying. Let's see what people are saying. Like, obviously, if this is true, there are still places where you don't necessarily get a birth certificate. Oh, okay. Wait, hold on. Sorry. Most likely a rich family thing, especially if the wealth is from another country primarily. There are also family immigration visas, especially reunited children with parents. Also, the husband likely did the paperwork. Yeah, I guess that's true. I guess that could be a possibility. Because, I mean, you would probably need to have a fair amount of money if you want to, like, bring someone in to the US. You have to prove that you would be able to support them. And if the daughter's origins are a point of family shame, the aunt-uncle idea is the usual go-to. Also, auntie is a term for family older. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense, actually. That makes sense. Yeah, it doesn't seem like people are really like poking into this. People are taking it at face value, which is probably what I should be doing for this. Yeah, that's a pretty fucked up thing to do. That's pretty fucked up. I need a sip for this. It's always safe to assume that 90-95% of these are bullshit. Mm. I've been in a somewhat similar situation before, so I can kind of like understand like what she's coming from and like what she's feeling. So, you know, obviously like being lied to about something like this is like, listen, if you have like a secret love child and you're like, you know, you start like seriously dating a woman, you should probably tell her that within like the first 6 months of the relationship. You should probably do that. If they lie to you about something like that, it's kind of hard to believe they... Yeah, exactly, you know? Families don't even have to be rich to lie as easily as they breathe if perfectionism is value. That's true. Yeah, this is no, like you're not the asshole for this. You're not the asshole for this. If this is true, you're not the asshole, not the asshole. Yeah, this is more believable, I think. I want to read this one. This one looks like it was written by a 16-year-old. Hold on. Am I the asshole for showing my feeling? This is issue between me and my girlfriend. Not gonna say gender. My gender. Oh, sorry. Or they are making me feel like a monster. Note, we both had bad exes. I also had a bad past and know there are a few things I should do better, as that not really an excuse. Okay, I think this is just like ESL. Okay. We've been dating 2 months, almost 3. Now they are 7 months out of a bad relationship. I'm 3 years out of one, and they are the one who asked me out. But it seems like they've been taking everything fun we do together out of the relationship, as they stopped drinking and 420 with me, where I kind of acted up as I felt like the only thing we did together that was enjoyable to me was being taken away. Okay. On top of them daily talking about how they will leave, so I ended up telling them I'm gonna call the cops on them to get them out of my home. They're kind of my roommate too, and their mother lives here too, as I let them move their animals and mother in before we started dating. As I've spent 2 months trying to get them to show they care in some way, as I'm doing things for them. So I ended up crying on the floor, begging them to have a bong with me, as I could never call on them, and just bluffing like their mother and them have done since they moved in. So I ended up just taking us gaming together away, as I felt it was no fun with weed. Again, explained after because I just wanted them to care. But it went on for a week after, with them saying they're afraid of me and that I'm a monster for saying I would call the cops over them not having bongs with me, even when I explained that I was just being stupid and wanted them to show they care, because it's been 2 months, almost 3, and it has felt very one way. We started to get along again semi, because I brought gaming back after a week of me trying to talk it out and getting no way. Writing down notes to explain my way of thinking, if you're writing down notes to explain your way of thinking, I don't think that's going to help. They didn't want to talk to me, giving them space, but still cleaning up after them and being nice. Some words said dig real deep, like I'm a monster and that they're afraid of me since I've had a bad past that makes me feel like the monster as I've dealt with. How they're going to leave and never see me again, how they were going to pay their mother to stay longer because they didn't want to be alone with me, as they're afraid I'll call the cops on them. I live with 2 stoners. They will share if you ask and help contribute if you regularly ask, but they won't take offense to you not wanting to take some. Yeah, I've never met a stoner this upset someone. Yeah, exactly. This is weird. They also said to me, no one nice for no reason. Wish someone would explain to me why I am then. I have it bad, in a hole and miserable for how nice I've been. They don't pay rent on time. I clean up after them. I do errands for them like running elsewhere. I cook for them. I try to make them smile every day. I put up with their anger, swing when woken up, and being accused when they lose something, for them to say sorry like an hour later when they find it. I've sold things and gotten loans to give them money when they needed it, and owe some friends of mine or tell me what I get. Note, I try to edit it down to fit the other R. So sorry if it reads weird. Okay, I'm not sure if this person is ESL or if their brain has just been like rotted by the marijuana. A snake is a bag of throat. So it's your place. Get them out and break up. You are both too broken for now to have a healthy relationship with anyone. Be alone for a while, get some therapy, understand how your behavior and theirs isn't healthy for anyone. Yeah, lived here 11 years, almost losing it because it got dirty. Should have been cleaning up after them more, but when major clean mode to save it, and I have had therapy, that honestly makes me think I did something majorly wrong. Sorry, bad past, had to raise my own abusive mother, so I never really had an adult figure, so most stuff I'm learning on my own. Ulu, welcome in. As for them, I thought they were ready for dating, etc. Since they left their last one cheating on their abuser to escape. Put bad as I was trying to post it to the other R. And then was dating for a bit before, like a 2-month break before we got together. I need some out of views here. Knowing right from wrong is not really something I'm good with. Tend to find myself saying sorry a lot. Okay, I don't know if you guys... Did you guys understand what's happening with this one? The posts are lying, manipulating, and being completely lacking for self-awareness. Yeah, please break it down, Gerschlock, because I genuinely don't understand what's happening here. Besides, they want their roommates to smoke weed with them. And they threatened to call the cops on them when they didn't want to smoke weed? Which is weird. You ever send death to your friends but never... Wait, what? OP is sad the other person who lives with them and their mom won't consume the mind-altering substances, so they take away privileges to coerce the other person into complying. Oh, okay. And then they threaten cops and violence and don't understand why they are upset and scared. Okay. Yeah, that is really weird. That is very strange. That is very strange. That is conditioning. Yeah. Sounds like they are using you for a place to live. Why are you with these people? It would be cosmically funny if they live in a place where weed is legal. You know, that's probably, yeah. Then talk about the other two being lazy and sloppy and having unreasonable anxieties. You know, now that you say that, I get what you're coming from. Ouch. Not the first someone said that to me. Hate how the other was IRL. Hanging on, a flaw of mine. I have emotional dysfunction, so a lot of it is hanging on to the feeling of having feelings? What? Just kind of wish it would stop going for ones that seem to either use or trash me. Me and my two abusive weed roommates. But I honestly want to know if I was in the wrong here. When you've been afraid of people for beating you senseless, it really hurts for someone to say it to you over something I feel is small. I honestly don't ask for much love-wise. I feel at least someone who can make me feel emotions and shows they care. Trying to brighten my day, smile together, enjoy time together, PG cuddles, and you can have me hooked and happy. 2 months just wanting that and ended up like a kid, but I didn't think it was that bad. I'm gonna have an aneurysm. I think, yeah, me too. Oh, here we go. Oh, okay. Weed should not be your life. Red flag. You have control of the living situation. End it for the love of God, and then try to find someone who doesn't require bongs to have the only meaningful moments you have. It's not my life. I smoke for a few reasons, such as 1, chronic cortic back pain from my cracked spine from stuff from my family during my childhood. 2, for tragic memory loss, as sadly my best memory in life was with my abusive ex. 3, my ADHD, severe anxiety, and chordic depression. Okay. Even then, I try to smoke as less I can. Their gamer tag legit involves 420. If anyone comes across gaming with us, even now they quit all of a sudden. I'm smoked because I'm neurodivergent and a victim. Literally. Yeah, a classic case of smoking the problems away. Exactly. I've lived here 10 to 11 years and only one on the lease. They only moved in like 7 months ago after their abusive relationship, and I helped them clean up the old place, then asked me out like 2 months ago, and I only feel that way as they legit do nothing else that show they care or want to spend time together, and I find myself very simple, well, to those I have feelings for at least. Oh, here we go. You literally said that their decision to stop smoking was taking fun away from you. You said you were begging them to have a bong with me, and when they didn't, you ended up just taking us gaming together. That is making weed your life. It is the entire source of relationship joy, showing caring and yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. We will help mask over the trauma, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, weed will not help with ADHD. Weed will not help with ADHD. I don't know if it makes it worse, but it definitely does not help. It does not help. Yeah, I don't think it helps with most, like, if you're depressed and you're taking a substance which is categorized as a depressant, that's not going to make the problem any better. Yeah, I only love you when I'm high, so get high with me so you'll love me back. Exactly. Everyone's the asshole. You don't threaten someone, especially with someone like calling the cops, get them to do something you want them to do. It's emotional manipulation, abusive. You need more therapy. It'll be good for a long time. Depressant isn't the same as depression. This is true. This is true. You do have a point. It was legally set up. After my abusive ex, I went till done. You sound like them. Oh, there we go. You sound like them. They're about the cops thing, but please note they have told me many stories of calling cops on their mother and brother, and their mother, who the police surrogate is her, and had her sleep outside on the porch at the old place that they were kicked out of it for not paying and dirt. And they also been risking me lose my place when stuff like their Fetty addicted brother come and punch a hole in the building water tank. Okay, I'm assuming they're talking about fentanyl. We got an ESL abuser. You are also talking about someone who brags out that even if their ex was abusive, she grabbed them by the balls and squeezed them among other things and legit told their mother in front of me they can't do that shit to me for a couple reasons. 1, because they don't work. Extreme high pain tolerance thanks to my past, and how they can only hurt me emotionally. skimming over the important parts of what I say or put, or the rage coming off, your comment really makes you sound like them. You're saying ESL, but I've seen people write like this who didn't know any language other except English. We got an edgelord over here. Did you skim over how I put it, what they have shown, how they deal with things, and it's my gaming system, TV, etc. that sits in my room, and it not like I didn't tell them they could play by themselves, but it is in my room. OP is the stoner Hulk. Okay, well, hold on. I did get all that from therapy, as I did stay for the full time as I got to the point of self-harm. I just got done going on a 2-hour walk to clear my head, and I really did need, if this isn't ESL, I think it's drunk or high texting. If they're super drunk while typing this, it will result in what we are reading. So my brain logic was, if they did it to their own family and many story of cops always being there, why would it matter if I'm the one there with now said they would never planning to try and get something across to them, as I felt they were pushing me away and putting a gap between us and nothing else was seeming to work. But this comment came across a lot more polite and nice to me, helping it sink in that, yeah, I am the asshole, as no matter what, there really is no excuse for my actions. I unironically know a 25-year-old woman that types like, oh my god. I looked over, they have their mother and like 10 cats here? And could be seen as me trying to get them to do what I want, when honestly that's the last thing I was thinking. I'm no monster as much as I seem to be seen as one. Okay, this is the last comment. So, yeah, I'm starting to think, like, here's the thing. I've read a lot of, like, I know what it like, the typical abuser cycle, yeah. I kind of agree, this doesn't really seem like ESL typing. Because in my experience, people who are ESL seem to have a better grasp on punctuation than this person does. And like, yeah. Also, I feel like people who are ESL are a little bit better with spelling because they tend to double check their spelling. Like, for example, if you wrote this out, excessively correct in some ways, but with odd and awkward choices of words and grammar. Exactly. Like, this reads like someone who doesn't really like care. Like if you write something down like this, snice, there would be a red line underneath telling you that, hey, this word is spelled incorrectly. Like, right click on it and change it to the proper word, right? Because that's how it works. That's how it is when you type something in. And the fact that they didn't even bother to do that tells me that they are probably on some kind of substance, or they're just like, they just don't care. An ESL who knows these words is more likely to have good grammar. This is 100% native lazy stoner. Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. This is probably someone who dropped out of like middle school, I think. Although I am curious as to what they do for a living. If they are able to afford not only weed, but bongs and a gaming system. and they have lived there for 11 years. So either they inherited the house or whatever. This reads like someone trying to transcribe certain variants of AAVE through a bong. They don't let kids drop out, they graduate. Oh, that's true, that's true. If they are drinking like a fish and typing this out while drunk, it 100% explains the typing. Yeah, that's true, that's true. Yeah, I mean, this person is probably like kind of a piece of shit. And their brain is probably like too melted by drugs and alcohol to like actually, and abuse as well. Abuse does actually like affect the brain and how it functions. Like there are studies that show this. But yeah, they're a big piece of shit. So yeah, you are the asshole for showing your feeling. Sorry, OP. Dropped out of middle school and turned out just fine. On second thought, I'm watching an anime woman right now while stuffing my mouth with an uncooked cube of ramen. Okay, but to be fair, Alex, uncooked ramen is pretty good. We actually found an actual abuser. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. The reason they posted was probably an assumption that they're wonderful and look... Yeah, I got that feeling too. I got that feeling too. They just wanted people to, like, back them up. Let's see. The abusers per capita is high. Okay, this one looks spicy. Am I the asshole for leaving the kids with the cheating father? How long is this one? Oh, hold on. It's pretty short. Okay. I, 33 female, am 12 weeks... 12... Okay, sorry. I read that as 12 months. I was like, that doesn't make sense. Okay, 12 weeks pregnant with twins. You can tell they're twins at 12 weeks? How long is... Okay, yeah, you probably can. That's like 4 months. That's like 4 months. Almatis, welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Oh, I sent you... I sent you a Kojima tweet earlier. Did you see that one? I sent it to you on Discord. Okay, let me read this. I was 8 weeks pregnant when I found out my boyfriend cheated on me. We broke up and I told him... You sent it to the wrong person? Oh God, who did I send it to? No, I did send it to you. Okay, whatever. I'll deal with it later. We broke up and I told him I was getting an abortion. During that week, he begged and begged me to forgive him and not have an abortion. Okay, this might be a little bit too spicy, actually. Sir, welcome in, Raiders. Welcome. Entire chat is submissive raid. Welcome in, Sor. Welcome in. You were doing a room review stream, right? You were reviewing people's rooms. I think that's what you were doing. Correct me if I'm wrong. I hope you had a wonderful stream. This is a Clout Farm post. Yeah, okay. I think this one's a little bit too spicy for me to feel comfortable with. I'll find another one. Anyway, I hope you had a wonderful stream. If you need to take a rest, get some food, get something to drink, I totally understand. And I'll take good care of your lovely, lovely raiders. But right now, I am doing a Reddit Am I the Asshole review stream. Oh, there we go. Okay. So, yeah, that's what we're doing. Yeah, it's a little too spicy for me too. I don't want to get into something like that on stream. Yeah, it's a little too ooh. But we've found some interesting ones so far. This one could be interesting, but this is like not an AITH. Sometimes virtue on the internet is knowing when to fuck the shit up. Yeah, pretty much. Let's see. I'm just trying to pre-read these to make sure there's nothing like too weird in here. Okay, this one could be interesting. Let me read this one and we'll find. Okay, that was not super long. It's just one gigantic paragraph, which I love it when people do that. Would it kill you to like separate your paragraphs? Anyway, so I, 26 female, have been having a lot of anxiety lately. Work has been awful. Money is tight, and that's been making things at home really stressful. My husband, 27 male, and I have been trying to connect and keep ending up in little spats over stupid stuff. Anyway, today we were supposed to run a bunch of errands. Our oldest is in school, so we just had our 18-month-old son with us. We were getting back in the car after one stop, and I had gotten in last because I stopped to use the restroom on the way out. When I got in the car, my son was crying in the back, and I asked, he's just crying because we are back in the car and he doesn't want to be, right? Because I assumed that was the case, but he's 18 months old, so he could be crying for a million reasons. This is true. Instead of just saying yes, my husband looks at me and asks, why do you ask questions that you already know the answer to? Serious question. Yeah, that's a little passive aggressive. That's a little passive aggressive. I felt like that was unnecessary and hurtful for him to say. I got kind of quieter because it made me feel some type of way, but I was trying not to have a bad day and I didn't want to end up in another stupid argument. So I just said, I wasn't sure if that's why he was crying. That's why I asked. Sorry. Isn't that like a year or two? 18 months is like a little over a year, but I don't know. And I left it at that. Yeah, I stopped talking after that because I wanted to just leave it at that and move on. Again, I wasn't trying to have a bad day. I just wanted to get our errands ran and hung out with my husband after. After that, he just started driving when I noticed we were heading back the direction of home instead of to the next stop we had to make. I asked him if we were going to finish shopping when we picked up our oldest from school. He stated that he wasn't going to run errands with me when I was being all closed off and acting like an anxious mess over what I said, and that it wasn't fair to him for me to make him out to be a huge asshole and make him feel like a piece of shit. What? I genuinely was just trying to move on from the whole thing, and I didn't intend to make him feel any kind of way. I did slump in my seat because I was uncomfortable and I wanted to just relax and listen to music. I didn't say anything. I didn't flinch or act weird or anything. I literally slumped in my seat because I had gotten a bit anxious and I didn't continue the conversation. After asking why I asked questions I already knew the answer to, because I didn't want it to turn into an argument or something. When we got home, he said that this was my fault because he didn't want to argue in public. So we would just have to try again another time. The entire list of things we had to get done today got put on hold, and now I don't know if we will even get it all done or if I'll end up spending my only day off work waiting to see what happens. So right now I'm just sitting in our room trying to put my 18-month-old son down for a nap and giving my husband space. He's obviously mad at me, but I just don't understand why what I did was so wrong. Am I the asshole here? Yeah, Ulu, either she's obscuring her actions or this guy is mental. Yeah, this is very, weird. Could be either. Humans can be pieces of shit. There's definitely some missing context here. Either she's being passive-aggressive and he is trying to tell her off, or he's being passive-aggressive. Or they're both being passive-aggressive and it's doing when magnets, you can't stick two magnets again to each other, or it's that kind of situation. Okay, let's see what people are saying. Hold on, who's the OP? Pink cow print. Okay, let me keep an eye out for that name. That's exactly what I would have done. I'm 69 and I rarely shopped with my husband unless we needed to look at something together. Or we were already out and he was on the way. Just go yourself, then he can take his turn. You know, I kind of do agree with that. Like, if I had to go shopping, if I had a husband and I had to go shopping or do errands, I would absolutely not take him with me unless it was absolutely necessary. Like, I'm not saying that she's in the wrong here, but like, that was your first mistake. Like, I'm not trying to be rude, but it's just like, there's just too many things that can go wrong when you try to go shopping with someone, you know? Like, if you're trying to get shit done, having another person with you will just like slow you down, you know? It doesn't feel like the full story. It doesn't feel like like if it's furniture shopping, then absolutely you should take your partner with you. But like for just like getting groceries or like picking up a prescription or like something like that, like you don't need to take him with you. You don't need to do that. My family would break up into groups for groceries. Yeah, it's easier to do it that way. It's easier to do it that way. Perhaps your husband is having a hard time supporting you because you're both under a lot of stress. Yeah, that's also true. It could be an ESH kind of situation. My parents liked to shop together when it was possible because they were friends long before they started dating, so it wasn't just shopping with spouse, it was also hanging out with friends. Yeah, no, like my mom and my dad, they shop separately. They don't go shopping together. Never in my entire life have I seen them go shopping together. It's like one person does it or another person does it. Like for good reason. I think my mom would probably have a meltdown if she went shopping with my dad. He might have felt like she was passive aggressively attacking him for not quieting the baby. In his mind, she started it. That could be a possibility. Hmm. Oh, here we go. OP. Is this the OP? I think this is a mod. Yeah, everyone's basically like there doesn't seem to be any replies from the OP, which is a little bit suspicious. Track on stress and sleep, especially if new parents, and this explains a lot. Yeah, it could be just one of those kind of situations. Yeah, this is like one of those things where it's like, I don't really feel like I can properly judge this because there's so much missing like context, I guess. Yeah, there could be an earlier incident. So I'm not willing to say if anyone is the asshole or not in this situation. Ooh, bridal drama. Bridal drama goes crazy hard. Have you seen the partner shaming trend? I have not. Okay, I want to see the bridal drama. I, 30 female, have a close friend. Let's call her Amy. I've known since the 3rd grade, who's getting married next year. Amy and I were really close as a trio with a 3rd girl. Let's call her Sally. All throughout school, and I have kept in touch over the years, but always as a group. Sally and I are very close, as are Sally and Amy, but not me and Amy. Publicly put someone who trusts you on blast? Oh yeah, that's... I have never met Amy's fiance. I found out she was engaged via Facebook. Her wedding is across the country. She moved out of our home state 5 years ago, and it would be a very expensive weekend trip. I was already invited to a wedding that weekend, which is also my birthday, but it is for someone I am closer to these days and is less than 20 minutes from my home. I told Amy I couldn't make it to her wedding because I can't spare the money, PTO, and I'm already committed to this other wedding. She was really chill about it, and I picked a nice gift off her registry to send to her. Cut to a couple weeks later. Sally texts me that Amy will be in town over Christmas and it would be nice if we threw her a bridal shower. Sally's in the wedding party, but not the maid of honor. The maid of honor does live in my town, but isn't planning anything. LOL. Amy and I threw Sally her bridal shower several years ago, so I think she just wants to pay it forward. I said I was more than willing to help, but I could not afford to shell out much money for it as I had just moved and had a lot of expenses relating to that, as well as saving for my own wedding / buying a house. I have also been dealing with a lot of depression / anxiety lately and didn't want to overcommit to planning the wedding. As a compromise, I offered to host a shower at my townhome. Sally was fine with that and said she'll take care of most everything. Now she's texting me asking for my input on stuff and seems stressed because this is her job's busy season. I am offering advice and opinions, but I'm still letting her do all the work for the shower. Am I the asshole for letting Sally do all the work? I feel a bit guilty letting her do everything, but I didn't really want to throw this shower in the first place, plus I'm already offering my home. Too complex, need okra. I'll be real, I don't really have a whole lot of... This is why I don't want to get married, because this shit scares me. Having to deal with all... I don't want to have a wedding. I should rephrase that. I don't want to have a wedding because I don't want to deal with all this shit. I don't want to deal with all this shit. Really? You used to work weddings? I did not know that. I would prefer a civil union. I don't want to have a stupid fucking ceremony and have to shell out tens of thousands of dollars for some frivolous nonsense, right? 200, that's crazy, dude. Oh my God. I don't want to deal with this shit. I don't want to deal with this shit. Just take me to the courthouse. I'll sign a piece of paper and then we'll be done with it. I don't need this shit. I don't need this shit. Anyway, it's absolute fucking chaos. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah. Not the asshole. Yeah, where is the mother-in-law? And the maid of honor. Yeah, if Sally's not requesting help from people in the bridal party, that seems a little odd. Yeah, not the asshole. Not the asshole. I don't think that's the asshole. Almost cheating spouse. How do you almost cheat? You either do or you don't. Oh, this could be interesting. Oh, you got a cool wedding story? Really? Okay, wait, are you cool with coming on? Do you want to actually come on, Almontes? Because I can get the Discord. It'll probably get the Discord set up. I think I can do that. Okay. Let me okay, how about this? I'll do this one first and then we'll let you on. Does that sound okay? Do you mind waiting a few minutes? Okay, I'll do this one and then I'll give you a call. Okay, almost cheating spouse. My spouse, 38 male, and me, 36 female. We've been together around 9 years and married for almost 5. I never once had a reason to check his phone. Almost a year ago, we were going through a hard time. He hasn't had a steady job in about a year. I found a dating profile subscription in his email. He was trying to do friends with benefit. Okay, I understand now. I immediately confronted him and he apologized. He said he just wanted to feel wanted. After that, I immediately went through his phone about a week later when he was sleeping. I found tons of porn, off the wall, cuckold type porn. I looked at his Reddit and Twitter, both full of nothing but porn. I talked to him about it, and he said he wouldn't look at it anymore and would stop. Well, here we are almost a year later. Every couple months, I found a message on Reddit of him trying to meet up with people off of different Reddit meetup sites like 5 different times. From the messages, he never actually went through with meeting anyone, just a few messages back and forth. I literally begged him for almost a year to stop, and that it was hurting me, and if he wanted to do that, then please just leave. The last time I found a message to someone on Reddit, his response was, "I don't remember sending that." I think I should divorce him. But we have they have a 3-year-old autistic daughter, and I can't stop thinking that it would be really hard for her. He also has issues with his, and I think it's from watching the porn that he says he doesn't want anymore. Part of me still loves him, but I just don't think he will change. Even if he didn't actually cheat, trying to cheat on me multiple times is still just as bad, right? Yeah, this is unsalvageable. This is unsalvageable. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, she's 3 years old. She will not remember him if you leave now. If you're worried about your daughter, chances are she's probably not going to remember it. When she gets older. This is the perfect time for you to get out. Yeah. Yeah, get a divorce lawyer. You can't salvage this. Oh, okay, hold on. There's more context. We've been together 17 years, and I still struggle with myself over the entire situation. Did he cheat? No. Had the person been real and not some scammer needing a $50 Apple Pay gift card to buy diapers, would he have? I don't know. He's never given me any reason to consider him unfaithful, but I'd asked to see his phone, to text our daughter or something, and he was super clingy and huddled over me. So I was like, what the fuck? I went through his phone and seen the messages. I knew the person wasn't real, but he didn't. Anyway, the point is, it hurts just as bad as if he had actually gone through with it. And he said the exact same thing. Oh, I wanted to feel loved, or use my drinking more often as a part of it, which I had been drinking more, but a lot of that was due to feeling lonely, unseen, and unheard. Still no excuse on my end. I don't believe in staying in relationships if a partner decides to stay away. However, 17 years is a long time to throw away. I'm trying to look at the situation from all sides, kind of like a cry for help. My husband isn't a cheater. I'm not making excuses for him. He kind of is. I disagree. I think sometimes people really just like or need the attention of others. Have you tried talking to him about spicing things up? Not necessarily like an open relationship, but trying different things. She is making excuses. Yeah, 2 things could be true at a time. Yeah. He's done with the relationship. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna let me get Almontis on real quick. Let me get this set up here. Where's my Discord? Hold on. Move this over here. Okay, dude, you ready? I think I can. Hold on. I'll just start the call.
Ah, there we go.
Hello?
Hello, 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 hello.
Okay, awesome. You are
Forgot.
live. I don't have your Fugi set up. I realize I don't have my Fugi set up on here. Oh, actually, I do. Just kidding. Yeah, you changed your Fugi.
Yeah, which one is it right now? Yeah, this one.
Why did you do that?
Sorry.
I mean,
well,
it's fine. I just wasn't expecting that.
It's a good one. It's a good one. I can change to a less disruptive one. This is pretty distracting. we'll change to the Yowie one.
Okay. So what was your wedding story? Sorry, I'm in Reddit mode right now.
I worked weddings for a long time, and I could talk about individual stories, but one of the ones that I found completely interesting and insane from working weddings all those many years was that all of the way the wedding worked from my perspective as a person with like waiting tables and serving food and all that was the part I had to worry about, was that something will go wrong because you have like hundreds of people, right?
Mm-hmm.
And something will go wrong and you have to bring it to the attention of somebody in order for them to do like very quick dispute resolution. You're just kind of like obligated to tell the couple that are getting married or somebody at the top level if they didn't delegate it.
Mm-hmm.
So normally what happens is something small goes wrong. You know, a dish is late, we run out of potatoes, blah, blah, blah. Then we have to tell the couple, and then the couple starts causing problems.
Oh, okay.
And so the problems all snowball. And that's that's what made the job really stressful, was those things.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah. What we found was that there's a really interesting gendered element to this,
Mm-hmm.
which is that by far and away, the majority of the problems are caused by the bride or the mother of the bride.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, I don't think that should surprise people because of the way that, like, the expectation of having a perfect wedding kind of thing. This has interesting implications for gay weddings.
Oh, okay. I never thought about that. Yeah, do tell.
So what we found was that if it was two gay dudes getting married, there were so many fewer problems. Because you would tell the two gay dudes, like, hey, we're out of potatoes. And they would just kind of look at you and go like, so I guess some people don't get potatoes. And then just kind of go back to like staring at each other.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was very easy. And like, if you told the parents, like, none of them really knew what the protocol was for their sons getting married. Like none of them were like prepared for that in a certain way. And so they were like, well, I guess some people don't get some potatoes. But if it was a lesbian wedding, exponentially worse.
Oh my God.
We wound up several times with two brides and both of their mothers in the kitchen.
Oh my God.
Yelling at people. So it was just something incredibly funny about the gendering of weddings.
Yeah, that I never thought about that before, but that kind of makes sense. Yeah.
It's Bridezilla for a reason.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just thought that was a fun story. But yes.
Yeah, I've only ever been like to I think I've been to like maybe one, maybe two weddings in my entire life. I didn't really have any, like, I was a child, so obviously I didn't really have any involvement, but it always just like looking back, I was like, yeah, there's definitely a lot of components that kind of like go into this.
They're very complicated, and I worked pretty large ones. I didn't work like when my brother got married, it was like less than 20 people.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So it was like the number of moving parts was like way fewer, and it was just like two courses, and like I was working weddings with like 100 to 300 people with like 5 to 10 courses.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, the number of things that can go wrong there is just, and like none of it matters, right? Like that's like the real comedy about the whole thing. It's like none of it fucking matters. It's like yes, we're obligated to tell them because if we don't, it gets like a million times worse. but it just like it doesn't actually matter. Like it does
Mhm.
not actually matter. It's not actually a big deal. You can just do whatever.
Mm.
But in and but like, oh my god, it can be such a pain in the ass. And like I recommend if and when Miss Azarashi turns into Mrs. Azarashi, uh go the cheap route. It's
I
just
I
better.
I I don't want to have a wedding, dude. Like a civil
Yeah.
union, I'm fine with that. I just want to sign a paper and be
That's
done
that's
with it. I,
that's
I don't want
that's
to
an
have to
extremely
plan
cheap
any
route. That's an
stupid
extremely cheap
bullshit.
route. I mean, I know a lot of people who said that and then wound up having weddings anyway. And I remember like one guy, like we went to his wedding and like we asked him about it because like he'd been like public about it for years. He was like, I don't want to
Hmm.
like have a big wedding, and he was just like, honestly, just like the amount of whining my mom put in.
Oh yeah.
Like this was actually easier than just like explaining to my mom and my grandmom and my aunt and my other aunt and my other aunt and my wife's mom and her mom. Well, it's like it was just easier to just have a wedding and just like
Yeah.
this
I
is
kind
not
of
for
understand
me.
that.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, he was from a um he was white, but he was like ethnic white.
Hmm.
Like grew up not speaking English in the
Ah,
household.
okay, okay.
Like and so like these were people from the old country who were just like, what the fuck, man? We were looking
You
for an
have to do it. You
excuse.
don't really have a choice in that
Well,
case.
and it was like an excuse not just to like celebrate the couple, but to like create an excuse for like people to fly in from the old country
Hmm.
and see each other like in a way that they wouldn't even be able to do for like Christmas.
Hmm.
And he was like, yeah, this is like a complicated social obligation. Like I understand like why a lot of people have done it like that, even though like I also look at it and I'm like, I would not want more than like 20 people. Like
Hmm.
I want this to be like I would want a very small affair.
Hmm. Bring your own
Very.
food, bring your own beer, bring your own cake, you know.
I know that when my mom got married, she was like, "Oh, like I don't need to like plan like." Like when my mom was getting married, her mother-in-law, my grandmother, was like, "So where are people gonna stay?" And my mom was like, "That's their problem." And my grandmother was like, "No, you fucking asshole! Like you've got to talk to the hotel. Like you have to set this up. What is wrong with you?"
Mm.
Uh, Turns out, like, I mean, you know this. Like, anytime you coordinate more than like three people, like, it just becomes exponentially more complicated.
Oh God, yeah.
All
Yeah,
right,
but I
all right.
was you got me thinking about how now that I think about it, like weddings feel like something more to like appeal. I feel like I mean I could be wrong about this, but I feel like weddings as a concept seem to appeal more to like women than they do to
Mhm.
men, if that makes
There,
sense. Appeal to parents, appeal to like the fantasy,
mhm.
the dream, right? Like I don't know. How do you
It's
feel about weddings?
I think that that's accurate. I think that that's accurate. I think that that the way that I mean we both are from like pretty similar cultural backgrounds. We're both Americans.
Mhm.
And like I was not raised with any meaningful amount of advertising telling me that I should desire a big dream wedding.
Mhm.
That was never advertised to me. I was always taught from the society around me that being married was like a good thing, but getting married was like woman's work and was like supposed to be kind of
Yes.
outside of what I am supposed to be concerned with.
Yes.
And so it was treated as a very non-serious thing for men
Mhm.
to be like invested and involved in.
You're just along for the ride.
Yeah, I'm supposed to be along for the ride, and it's the quality and display of my own wedding is not connected to my self-worth or my position in the community or my prestige. If I have a daughter who gets married, that is connected to me.
Mhm.
I'm responsible for that. But my own wedding is just a thing that kind of happens, and it's only a reflection of my wife and her father, not of
Mm.
me. So it was always treated very, like I said, very frivolously. Like it's this very like masculine, like it's the same way that men like worrying too much about your clothes or wearing makeup were like things that men aren't supposed to be concerned with. And you know, the wedding industrial complex makes a lot of money. I worked these weddings
Oh,
that had hundreds of
absolutely.
people.
Yeah.
Somebody was getting that advertising, and if it wasn't the husband, it was the bride. They were getting that advertising. They were the ones who were being told that this is what you need to do and this is what you should be expecting for yourself.
Hmm.
So yeah, I mean, you can kind of say confirm on the other side of that. Uh,
Yeah, it
like
definitely feels like something that it's like you're supposed to like you're supposed to have a very strong involvement in. Like even if you hire someone to like, plan it for you, you're supposed to like still have a lot of involvement in it, right? And it's like it almost feels like it's just like this idea that it's like it has to be the perfect day, nothing can go wrong. And it's just like it seems like such an absurd like standard to like hold yourself and to hold other people to, when at the end of the day, like obviously you're going to have the memories and you're going to have the photographs, but like I mean, at least to me at the end of the day, it just doesn't even matter, you
yeah,
know.
yeah, and it's just so hard to like it just even like while I was working on the inside of it, like it just like struck me how painfully expensive
Hmm.
it was. Just how painfully outrageously expensive it was to look at uh like thousands of like $8,000 on flowers.
Hmm.
Like uh uh like ow, like actually hurt my head. Uh to think about like $8,000 on flowers, 10, 15, $100,000 on the venue. It just keeps on going and going and going. Thousands of dollars for bands and really like I was working kind of rich people weddings.
Hmm.
Uh, like yeah, but good gravy. It's just such a wild industry and it costs so much and it was kind of funny to compare this with like the guys because again like I went to these all the time, right? I was at them all the time and I knew other guys who were at a lot of weddings because they came from like big families and stuff and it was like, oh no, I can't believe I have to spend like $100 on a tux rental and it's like
Yeah, just $100 on a tux.
uh like buddy, like you don't know how bad it's gonna get here, man. Like
Yeah,
that, that
yeah.
that that might feel a lot to you because it's back in the day and that would buy you a fair number of video games and you're not making any fucking money because you're a kid, but also like holy crap. It is the girls are getting it so much worse.
Hmm.
And the expectations are so much worse.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Like tying a bow tie is actually really easy. I
Hmm.
don't know if people like it's kind of a small aside. Like it is in fact easier than tying a necktie, which is also still pretty easy. And that's like the only thing you have to worry about with a tux. Like
You
like
don't use
you tuck
clip-on
it,
ties?
you could, but like tying it's pretty easy. Um, I've never used a clip-on for a necktie. That never even occurred to me. But I have used clip-on bow ties, and then it turns out that a regular bow tie is actually really easy. Uh, and then it's just like you. That's like the only thing you can fuck up. Is like you fucked up your knot and it looks weird. Like the number of ways you can fuck up like a woman can fuck up wearing a dress is so much worse. So
Yeah,
much worse.
yeah.
Uh, you do not have to worry about your ball sack popping out.
No, no, absolutely not.
So
I mean, I don't know if you get wild on the dance floor, that could be a problem.
that could be. I would be genuinely kind of impressed. I would be genuinely kind of impressed. Uh, but yeah. So that was my little aside about weddings. That was my little aside about weddings.
Well, thank you for that. I
Yeah,
appreciate your insights.
yeah. Um, do you want me to skedaddle, or do you want my insights for Am I the Asshole?
You know what? Sure, why not? You got anything better to do?
Not really. I will probably want to go to bed within like a couple of hours because because that's life.
Yeah.
Um, but no, I can hang out. I can hang out. You know
Okay, all
that.
right.
You know I love you, buddy. And
Yeah,
you came on. You got drunk on my stream, so here's me being not drunk, but a little bit tipsy on your
sure,
stream.
why not? Okay. Let me see. I'm trying to think about how I could do this. Would it be easier if like I shared my browser with you, or is it okay if I just like read it out loud?
You can read out loud, and also I can look at it on your stream. I'm still here.
Okay, okay. Let's do that then. Let's do that then. It might be a little bit hard to see on my screen because the browser is a little bit small, but let me uh this is it? Oh yeah, there we go. There we go. Okay. See, like I try to like I've noticed that most of these are about like relationships, but
Yep,
I'm trying
yep.
to avoid the ones that get a little bit into like too like I was reading one earlier and then the girl was like, "Oh yeah, so I'm thinking about getting an abortion." And I was kind of like,
A little
maybe
bit
not."
above the pay grade of a
Yeah.
of a streamer.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly, exactly. But if you want to like browse like the Reddit as well and like find
I might go
something and
around and
like
look for some options here because
yeah, yeah,
I'm gonna
yeah.
say like looking at this next one that's in the center of the screen right now. This looks like a bad choice.
Kicking the
Uh,
unborn child one.
yeah, for the with the revenge porn.
Yeah.
That looks like a that looks like a
That
little bit above our pay grade.
yeah, I
Uh,
think so too.
okay, hold on. I found this was my autocomplete. It's from 2 months ago. If you, I can just
Okay.
link it to you.
Mhm.
Um, okay, did that go
Okay.
through because it was telling us that we couldn't DM each other?
Okay,
Yeah, this
just
one's
I
good.
just looked at the title. Okay, 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 hold on.
This one's pretty good.
Hold on a sec. Oh, this is gonna be good. Okay, okay.
Yeah,
Do you mind if I read this one out?
yeah. Go for it. Go for it. If you want to take
Okay.
turns doing popcorn reading, I can take
Yeah,
over
let's talk
paragraphs.
take turns. Okay.
Yeah.
Am I the asshole for pretending to think beans and chili are woke to prank my cousin who is obsessed with being anti-woke, who loves chili? My cousin is known for making chili, and he's good at it. He makes his own chili flakes from his secret combination of various dried chilies. It has a very nice kick. It's the perfect amount of
Mhm.
spice. It's hot, but not too hot. He also adds kidney beans, not canned beans either. Anyways, for the past 2 or 3 years, my cousin has become obsessed with all this bullshit about what is or isn't woke and how woke things are the end of the world. He's always been a good dude, so I don't know what his bag is, but he's completely obsessed. It's annoying. So the other weekend, I was at his place and he was making his famous chili. So I got the idea for a little prank. I was like, "I'm surprised you still put beans in your chili." He was like, "What? Why?" And I was like, "Beans and chili are so woke. Everyone is saying so." He was like, "What do you mean?" And he was like genuinely concerned, as if this was something serious. I said something like, "Yeah, beans and chili are woke. The original conservative Texans who made chili only used meat and chili." San Francisco liberals started adding beans to chili in the 60s because so many hippies were vegetarian. Now all the woke scientists are saying beans are a better protein source than meat. He didn't say anything to that. I kind of just assumed he'd know I was fucking with him and get the joke. We've always fucked around with each other and jokes about all that, but he was quiet all dinner. Just yesterday, I was back again at his place and he was making his chili again. There were no beans. It was a totally different chili. This guy has been making his chili with beans for like 15 years. I was like, "What's up? Where was the beans?" He was like, "I don't fuck with that woke shit." I was like, "What?" He was like, "Beans and chili are woke. Even you know that." Everyone else was like, "What?" Because what? I was like, "Dude, I was just fucking with you." He got really angry. He dumped his chili in the sink and told everyone to go home. I thought he was pranking me back or something, but he was serious. The dude totally lost it. He texted me later and said this exact thing. "I researched this online and it turns out you were really lying to me. Beans are not woke. How could you do this?" We went back and forth for a bit. His position is that even though we have historically pranked each other, I went too far, that I betrayed him, that I made him question his chili. I tried to ask him if this is all that made him think he cared too much about woke. Like, what if beans in his chili was woke? So what? He ignored that and demanded I apologize. Did I take this too far? This is really good.
That's really good, right?
If this is fake, this is genuinely like delightful. I'm happy someone went to the trouble of writing this. This is really good.
It's a really good one. I think it's very, very
It
funny.
could be real. It could be real, you know, with the way people are.
It could be real. It's the only part about it that like thinks, well, like there's a bit of it that does feel a little bit of like embellished, like and then everyone clapped.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of writing. I do think it stands a fairly reasonable chance, because the only part about that's like even remotely like even unusual is that this guy believed literally just like one guy about it.
Yeah, he didn't even do his own research. He just believed him.
But also, like, almost every single time I've seen somebody kind of lose it over the woke shit, this is like the level of evidence that they take.
Yes.
Right.
Yes,
Like this is not like a different level of evidence than like what I see used. It's just like one guy tells you that like it's woke to have upholstered car seats, and then all of a sudden the person likes tearing the upholstery off of their car seats. Like
yeah.
Like it's, and I mean, this is getting sociology professor here. Hi guys, I was a sociology professor. Like not a bit. Like that was a job I had. This is like how really vulnerable masculinity operates. Is that like you get bamboozled into every goddamn thing under the planet. You become like the most gullible person ever. When you're like insecure enough about your masculinity, like you can just be tricked into believing like anything is like if like one person ever in your whole life makes fun of you for not being manly enough for anything, for you know, putting beans in your chili, for lacing up your shoelaces too tight, for looking at your nails with the wrong side of your hand, like it just like that, you like change your whole life and you become this incredibly easily manipulated mark.
You get tricked into buying Alex Jones medicinal supplements.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Like you do. It becomes, you become like Twitch plays Pokemon. Like, but for your whole fucking life. Like you are just in permanent Twitch plays Pokemon mode.
Mm-hmm.
As long as like anybody says like it would be manlier if, right? Like it's like you just get, it's like everybody just has a super secret password that just like gets you to do whatever, and it's a terrible way to live. It's a terrible way to live.
Yeah.
Like folks, if you're ever wondering like the value of like it's a Nanomancer, the virtue of being like, that's fucking stupid. When when somebody tells you like you need to buy a certain thing or you're not manly enough, like
it all stems from insecurity. Yeah.
Oh yeah, extremely. It's a lack of ability to stand up for yourself and to have like an internal self-conception.
Mm. This has like nothing to do with what we just read. I don't even know if this is an eye the asshole, but have you read the gaycation post?
No.
You
I
haven't?
may have by not recognizing.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll send it to you and see if you recognize it, because this was going viral for like not too long ago. Let me search. It was like a Reddit post. Oh, it was in relationship advice. I think.
Ooh, that's a spicy place.
Let's see. Yeah, this is it. Okay. I'm gonna send this to you. This one was like, it sparked like a bunch of like copycat posts, but it is like pretty. It's a very interesting, I think.
Oh, I have seen this.
Okay, you have seen this.
I have seen this one. Do you want me to read it out?
Yeah.
Sure, sure, sure.
Oh, yeah,
Uh,
Metsu, thank you so much for the follow.
Me and my boyfriend have been dating for 1 year, but recently he suggested something that astonished and confused me. He wants to go on a 1 week gaycation with his best friend later this year, and he wants to make an annual thing. I'd never heard of this, but he tells me it is when straight guys go on a trip and become gay for the duration of that trip, and are straight again when they come back. He says that during this trip, he and his friend would basically look for other guys to have sex with, but that it, quote, wouldn't count, unquote, because it would not be emotional, just physical, and that, quote, what happens on a gaycation doesn't count in the real world anyways, unquote. Naturally, I asked my boyfriend if he was gay or maybe bisexual, but he acted offended when I said this and said it was just an annual 1 week, quote, bit of fun, unquote, and that there was nothing gay about it, especially since it was only for 1 week a year. I don't know how to feel about this and has caused quite a bit of argument with us. He insisted it is normal and a lot of straight guys do it. This is my first serious boyfriend, and aside from this one issue, everything has been great. Is it normal for straight guys to pretend to be gay for a week? And am I overreacting? Should I try to make a compromise? I'm very confused by this.
Yeah, this is the one. Do you think this one is fake?
I tend to not worry too much
Okay.
about whether it's fake or not. I don't tend to worry about it too much. Um, it when I think about like what triggers my fake alarm on this one, I guess when I think about what triggers my fake alarm for this kind of thing is like, does it advance some sort of like other agenda?
Mm-hmm.
Like, is there some sort of like end game to faking it? Like,
Mm-hmm.
is
I
there
see what
some
you're
sort of
saying.
like if this was like if I could figure out how this ties into some culture war bullshit, or like was validating to a specific type of like internal fantasy about the type of person this person wants to be. Here I just like can't figure it out. It just feels like a woman describing a really weird situation, and I would say that she is underreacting radically.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
except for the fact that like maybe like she is authentically okay with this type of non-monogamy, that
Mm-mm.
like you just like occasionally just like take a few days or weeks, take a couple of breaks a year to like hook up with other people. Like that might be a type of non-monogamy she is just okay with and thinks is cool. Uh, as one of the comments points out, zero straight guys do it because um the idea that like you go on vacation and that's not the real world is insane.
Yeah, yeah.
That's insane. Like that's insane. The idea that like you have a like it's not cheating if it's not the same zip code thing. That's like a boomer thing. That's like old. That's like
Mm-hmm.
been around for a long ass time. Uh, but like this is. Like, she might just be okay with this kind of like
Yeah, she doesn't sound like
non-monogamy.
she sounds like she'd be okay with it if he would
Yeah,
just like, be honest.
yeah, it does sound like she's okay with, because like her question is not like she like I think most people who are monogamous and were put it like I don't know if you are monogamous or not, Alex, but like assuming that you were, like your boyfriend comes to you and gives you this proposal. I think almost every monogamous woman on the planet, if their boyfriend came to this proposal, is like, dude, what the fuck?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
like a normal reaction, a normal standard reaction, especially because he's not even going like, hey, I'm thinking about like exploring non-monogamy or an open relationship. He's like, hey, I've got this cool idea for a normal thing and it's very normal and you should be okay with it. Like he's like telling and not asking, and like it would be very normal to
Mm-hmm.
just be like, hey, what the fuck, man, this is insane. uh
Mm.
but she's just like, oh, are you gay or bisexual? Like she's like turning this into like a question about his interiority. So like that seems like she's not that bothered by the non-monogamy element of it, which
Hmm.
like she might just be okay with. I don't believe that she is actually naive about this.
Hmm.
Like the possibility that's actually now ringing my fake alarm a little bit, is that like this is such an insane proposal, and as Niano put it, like this is a summer comedy film.
Yeah, yeah.
Like this is like a this is a fucking summer comedy film that would have starred Allison Hannigan a few generations ago. Uh, like this is, what's that movie, American Pie?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
Like
think that
this
was
is like
right.
American Pie tier shit.
Hmm.
Like this is Hangover. This is like a more transgressive version of The Hangover.
Hmm.
This is what The Hangover would have been like if it was a braver film. Uh, but like it's this is like this has potential as an Adam Sandler film, but Adam Sandler,
I
I feel
can
like he
see
can't do
Adam
this at like a
Sandler going on a gaycation. Yes.
yeah, but I feel like like it would be like very PG is the thing. Like Adam Sandler's pretty
Mm.
PG is the thing. Like this is like I feel like this needs like a grittiness that requires at least a PG-13
Hmm.
that I don't think Adam Sandler really tends to do in his own movies. Uh, and it's going to be a sort of a romance novel written by a woman. Um, this is honestly. I mean, I know like neither of us are Fujos here. This is a Fujo. This would be a very fun story to write.
Yeah, this would be like any Fujo would kill to be in this kind of
Yeah,
situation, you know?
writing this with the main character as a Fujo who is just like shipping her husband. Like this is a potentially funny story. Like this is
Mm.
a potentially like really good fiction story. Um, like the cut queen Fujo.
Mm.
But like yeah, this is my first serious boyfriend. Like this level of naivete is like difficult to believe. The level
Mm.
of chillness is believable to me, but I also like know a lot of non-monogamous people, and like it's something I encountered from a young age. But like this is that's the only part that feels fake to me. Otherwise, I'm just like, well, actually, here's the other thing about this, right? Is like this is so fucking outlandish from the boyfriend. Like the part where he wants to have sex with dudes on vacation, that's not outlandish.
Mm.
That's just a guy who wants to who wants some D. That's
He wants to
many
experiment.
many such cases. Many such cases. What is outlandish to me, and that she should have been more mad about, is that he's gaslighting.
Yeah, yeah.
Like this is classic gaslighting. He's not saying like this is something that I'm interested in, this is something that I'd like to explore, but it feels like something that we should talk about as a couple. He's like, no, other guys are totally doing this thing. Like what the what? Uh, like that's the part where I'm like, this is like that's the part that actually makes me kind of mad on her behalf. Is
Yeah.
like because like I think that you would I think most of us, you know, this is I hope a pretty queer accepting space over here. I think that most of us like the simple thought experiment of like if he said the same thing but it was women and not a gaycation.
I
Like
think
he's
there
like,
was a follow-up post to this where the girl basically said like, "Oh, like if I went to Manchester and fucked a bunch of like guys, like that wouldn't be cheating because you're doing the same thing." And he was like upset about it. But then he was like, "Okay, like you go to Manchester and you fuck a bunch of guys and I'll go to my gaycation." Like he proposed that as like a I'll see if I can find it. He proposed it as like a genuine like compromise and she was just like, "Wait, what?"
yeah, no, this is yeah, it's I get like if you open relationships are fine, but like don't lie to your partner who is your first serious relationship with that like everybody does it.
Mhm.
Yeah, it literally has both man and chest in it, you know.
Okay, I think this might be there were like um two gaycation posts. One of them was an original and one of them was the one that came afterwards. I don't know which is which. But I think this may have been the original because this one has much more context to it. Um and this is basically just like, oh, we've been married for 16 years, we have 2 kids. And then the husband wanted to go for his gaycation.
Oh my god.
um let's see. What happens on the gaycation stays on the gaycation. Quote.
I
Um
yeah, this is
and he wanted to
this
go with his brother-in-law, which is kind of interesting, but okay.
I'm trying to think about how I would react, or almost anybody I know would react to like the involvement of siblings in it. You
Yeah.
know, like that feels like a yeah. This gives a they are like stealing that like what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas tagline, which I assure you, if you go into debt with the mafia in Vegas, they will not. They don't respect jurisdictional boundaries. That is like, there's very little that stays in Vegas. Like it will follow you. Well, the thing is, when I hear the word gaycation, up until Alex reminded me, like, I guess like the word gaycation was just like sitting in the back of my head as like just like some gay guy is going to a town that's particularly friendly for gay dudes,
Yeah, because
which
I
is
know
like,
that there are these like events that happen in various places where it's like I know
yeah,
there's some kind of like lesbian gathering in Palm Springs or something like that I heard about
yeah,
some years ago. Like something like
yeah,
that, you know?
yeah. No, there's all sorts of resorts and such that cater to gay groups, and it's like, yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. I did not think it was a like not just a vacation to be gay, but a vacation from an existing non-gay relationship to like a vacation to be gay in
Hmm.
a way that you are not in the rest of your life. And
Hmm.
like human sexuality is fluid, it's complicated. I don't think that the version of I don't want to like preach to men who are feeling this way, but I struggle to imagine that is a comfortable way to live your life to
Yeah, yeah.
like I am straight except for the 7 out of 365 days of the year that I'm like boning down in Ibiza.
Yeah.
Like I
I want to read
yeah,
this quote out because this is really
yeah,
funny to me.
yeah, yeah.
He said how he's interested in how gay men's lives differ to straight men's, and that unfortunately, once the gaycation begins, it's simply impossible for a man to resist, and that he must surrender himself, mind, body, and soul to the gaycation or be destroyed.
Oh, no.
So I remember like I saw a video where someone was talking about this, and some people were saying like that this is some kind of like some kind of like fetish thing, you know? Like
Yeah.
I don't know what the term for it is, but it definitely seems that way.
Yeah, no, this is a sexual fantasy. Like if it's not by the writer doing like a fake one, like this guy is lying to himself. This is so Tumblr coded. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh this is this is I mean honestly so Alex says this is Tumblr coded, but I actually like this language is like this guy's fucking Sephiroth posting. This guy's Sephiroth posting about having sex with men. This guy's Sephiroth posting about BL. Like like this is and what it actually reminds me of, what it actually makes me think of, not Yanomancer said Thomas Aquinas, but it made me think of like mega church pastor.
Mm, mhm, mhm.
This was like Yeah, this is actually Sephiroth levels of edgy. Yeah, it is. Uh, honestly, there's a couple of like these new lexicon phrases that have like really embedded themselves in my mind because they're so applicable. And Sephiroth posting is one of those phrases that's just like I don't know how to describe it. Like when people recognize it, like it's oh my god, like it like uh he's talking about the deep. Yeah. Yeah. Like and I'm
I
just
love
like
this like analogy. My husband explained the aquarium thing in that it's a bit like that. You go there and you observe the fishes. You even get a bit up close, but you never actually enter the water, get emotionally invested, or become a fish, gay. So it doesn't really count. I just like
so
the
this
way
is
these words become a fish, gay. That there's something is really funny about that to me. I want to take this out of context and send it to someone.
do that, do that, do that, do that. I think that if you go all the way back to but you never take a screenshot from but you never all the way to gay,
Hmm.
close parentheses, and just send that to somebody. I'm not sure if it's funnier if you include the close parentheses or like leave like the open parentheses in but leave the close parentheses off.
Hmm.
Like I don't know which one's funnier. You're talking to an editor, so like I always think about like what are the implications of what can you trick people into believing by making small punctuation changes? But no, this is crazy. This is crazy. I guess part of the reason why this made me think mega church pastor is like thinking about the insane lock and key metaphor that pastors are a friend of a fan of for describing like virginity, and it's
Hmm.
just like if you think about it's one of those analogies that if you think about it for like a quarter of a second, you're just like that's fucking stupid.
Yeah, yeah.
Like you're just like, what are you talking about, man? That doesn't make any fucking sense. Uh, and but there's like a lot of people who find them really compelling because like it just affirms something that they already wish to be true, so they just accept a really bad metaphor. And like this is like
Hmm.
that. Like it's like what are you talking about, man?
Yeah,
What are you
yeah.
talking about? Like you like I there's a way to learn about gay lifestyle that isn't this. Like if you're just like trying to be empathetic to like your gay friends and like the gay men in your life, like you can like read books.
It does sound like an episode of Family Guy. It kind of it
Oh
really
my god.
does.
This is a fucking family. That is like a decent way to do like a like fake Reddit postings, just recycling Family Guy bits that people forgot about. Like that's not bad.
Just
Because like you can't
rewrite
recycle
Family
Simpsons
Guy
bits.
episodes. Oh yeah,
You
yeah,
can't
yeah.
you can't recycle like the Mr. Plow episode or something like that. Everybody knows Mr. Plow. Uh, like everybody will recognize it. But like a Family Guy, like a one-off Family Guy skit that was only like okay is like But yeah, this is crazy. This is like, and this woman's acting much more normally. The other woman, it was just like, hmm,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
I think that you need to rethink like how you fit into relationships. Uh,
Hmm.
not like and also like think about the fact that even if you are okay with a relation with like an open relationship, your boyfriend's kind of a dick. Uh,
Yeah.
but this one's like this guy's insane. This feels even more real to me because this is so unhinged.
Yeah, the surrender himself, mind, body, and soul or be destroyed is just, oh my God, that's too crazy.
He's interested in how gay men's lives. Having a sex vacation also won't teach you that. Spending a week having sex with a bunch of different dudes isn't going to teach you that much about how a gay man's life is.
Yeah.
Because like they continue to be gay men when they're not at at the week long sex party. Like they continue to be gay guys like when they go to the grocery store and go to work and like pay their rent. I mean, yeah, do a sex vacation if you want. Like, I mean, I'm not, I don't got a problem with that. But like, it's not going to teach you that much. It's not going to achieve his stated objective. It's bullshit. Like, gay dudes write memoirs and autobiographies and make documentaries. Like you can that'll give you a lot more information.
Yeah, this is like another one of those things where it's like he's trying so hard to like gaslight his wife, and his wife is
Yeah,
just kind of like, I don't know about this, dude. Like, are you sure?
this is a much more normal reaction.
Hmm.
He was adamant he didn't find men's bodies or genitalia exciting at all, but he needs to experience. What are you talking about?
That yeah, that literally doesn't make any sense.
What are you talking? So why would you? What? How would you need to experience this? Like, is this like a what is what are you talking? Why would you need to? Like,
Is this like a roundabout way of like asking for your wife to peg you? Is that what's going on here?
yeah. Well, I mean, I need to know more about this need to experience. Like, what is driving this need? Because he seems to portray it as like an empathy thing. But again, this
Hmm.
won't fucking work.
Yeah.
It's not the important part, and he's not even saying like he needs to experience life as a gay man. He needs to experience a week of having sex with a bunch of different dudes.
This man
Like
has played
he's not
every Metal
talking about
Gear
like the
game and has been converted to be gay by hideous Kojima.
yeah, like he just saw that scene between Otacon and Snake from Metal Gear Solid 1 and was like, why don't my wife and I have that level of tenderness? Which like is a which like if that is you, if you watch that scene and you are asking yourself why you don't experience that level of tenderness and affection in your current romantic relationship, the problem is there is probably a problem. I don't think the problem can be changed by spending a week at an orgy.
Mm. I was actually talking about this earlier. I was watching you finish Metal Gear Solid earlier because I was really
Yeah, yeah,
interested in seeing the Meryl ending. Because when
yeah,
I first played Metal Gear Solid, I didn't, I fucked up the torture sequence and I got the Otacon ending.
yeah.
Um, because I was under the impression that when Ocelot said like, "Oh yeah, if you fail this, the game is over," I thought he was like being serious about that. I thought like, "Oh, I have to like do this perfectly the first time, or my game is going to be deleted," right?
Okay,
Because
okay.
I was also playing on original hardware too, so I was like, because you were playing on an emulator, right?
Yes, I was.
Okay, okay, yeah.
Not much of a pretense there. The part where the emulator was glitching and was displaying back end data on screen was did kind of I was trying to put up a little bit of kayfabe to make it look like I'm not emulating on my own VODs, but it's not
Mhm.
much deniability there. Yeah, no, I'm
But
emulating.
yeah, the Meryl ending in comparison to the Otacon one is completely fucking different. It's like really weird. Like they just like have like they don't really have like a lot of chemistry.
They don't. Well, I mean, this was my thing, right? This was my so I played Metal Gear Solid. I say on release, but probably like a year or two after release because I like rented it from Blockbuster.
Mhm.
Um, and not so like I was younger. I knew a lot fewer gay dudes. Being gay openly was much less of a thing. Uh, and of course, I had a much more I had a different way of looking at media, right? Like you
Mhm.
change how you look at media over time, and I was a much more in a wow, cool robot level
Yeah,
of
yeah, yeah.
interpretation at that point. I was a younger man, so it was a much more like wow, cool robot. Uh, this is a cool action game about doing sneaking and espionage and stuff like that. Uh, and the uh, so like I'm playing it again as a almost 30 years later, right? 25
Mhm.
plus years later, and I'm watching how like the by far and away the most romantic scene in the entire game, like by a lot. Uh, the was when after the fight with the ninja with Gray Fox, Snake is like checking on Otacon and like seeing if he's okay, and it's like genuinely tender and romantic.
Yeah,
It's like
yeah.
actually compelling, and like the stuff with Meryl feels so forced
It really
by
does, yeah.
comparison. It does feel like Snake does want her to get out of there alive. That like he's not lying about that, but it doesn't feel romantic or particularly sexual.
Yeah, yeah.
Like it feels like I never actually remember which direction the Kinsey scale goes. Um, Zero's fully straight and six is fully gay,
Oh, I don't know.
something like that. And like him and Otacon are both like Snake's a 5 and Otacon's a 4. I on that like they are both like checking out Meryl and like talking about ways that and like how they like her butt, but like
Hmm.
for one thing, Otacon seems more sincere about it than Snake does,
Hmm.
and for another, like it's just like nothing compared to how much they seem to like each other.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
I think I think frequently about the fan art somebody made that Kojima's such a genius for making Raiden straight and Snake gay. um, and it was just this little fan art of like a sparkly Raiden, sparkly pretty Raiden. It says straight, and then it's grizzled Snake Plissken is like gay. Like
Hmm.
yeah.
Hmm.
Um, Also yeah. Kojima has been stopped from several particularly insane ideas that he wanted to do. The one that I think about the most was that I think it was specifically for Police Knot. For Police Knots, he had this idea for uh, a feature where the disc would have human blood, dried human blood on it, so that as you played the game and the disc heated up, you would start to smell human blood.
That's so insane.
Like Kojima is a menace. Uh,
The one I remember, I don't remember which game it was, but he wanted to have like I think it was like a boss fight that was supposed to last like multiple hours or something, and you couldn't like pause it or turn the game off. I probably misremember this, but I remember he wanted to do like
th-
a really long boss fight that you couldn't like you just had to deal with it.
there is a boss fight that he did do that incorporates that at a
Okay.
lesser level, uh, which is no, and it wasn't MGS3. It wasn't MGS3. If anybody doesn't want spoilers for Snake Eater, I'm going to spoil a little Snake Eater thing, unless Alex tells me she doesn't want spoilers.
Oh no, you're good. I've
Yeah.
played Metal Gear Solid 3.
So this is actually a kind of infamous piece of Metal Gear Solid 3's design. Is that one of the bosses is a guy named The End,
Mhm. Mhm.
and it's for my money, it's the best boss fight that Metal Gear Solid has had. I haven't played 5, so I shouldn't comment on that, but I think The End is the best boss fight that is in Metal
That's the
Gear
one where
Solid
you're
1 through
going
3.
through the river, right?
No, that's the Sorrow.
Oh,
The
the
End is
sorrow.
the
Yeah, that's
Sniper.
right. Oh, that's right. Okay, I remember now.
That one's cool. The Sniper one is cool as hell. Because it has all these weird interactions. There's a
Mhm.
million different weird ways to beat up the End, and the End is an old guy. The End is ancient. You are fighting in the game takes place in the 60s, and he was like an old man during World War One. He's like 120 fucking years old. And he spends most of the game just like being wheeled around and like rotting.
Mhm.
And he comes back to life for this fight. Uh, he's the sniper. He's the first sniper. He spends this and like he's this old guy, and the PlayStation 2 has an internal clock, right?
Mhm.
That like keeps track of the date and like shows you the date and stuff like that. Um, I believe it was actually 2 weeks, but yes, Grashlock has where I was going with this, which is if if the real clock on the computer goes long enough, he just dies of old age.
Oh, I think I remember hearing about that. Yeah.
Yeah, and so this led to there's two parts to this. One is like there's a there's a strategy. Like you can go into your PlayStation 2, you can turn off your PlayStation 2, start it up without a disc, go into the time and date settings, change the time and date settings, load up Metal Gear Solid 3 again, and you load into the boss fight and he just dies instantly. Which is very funny. Which is very
Hmm.
funny. That's a cheap strategy. But, like, I did know a guy who, like, he wasn't playing it like that hardcore, and like he got it naturally. Like he didn't know what the fuck happened. He was just like he's like played the game, he got to the fight, and it was a pretty hard fight, and he couldn't figure out how to do it, and he made another attempt, and he couldn't figure out how to do it, and then like he puts it down, he comes back, and like the next time he plays, the guy's just dead.
Yeah, I
the
do
guy's
remember that fight being particularly hard. I might have referenced a guide when
Mhm.
I did it, but I know I didn't use the time traveling trick.
I will tell folks who this is like spoiler territory. This is just full on spoilers, but I think it's kind of cool. The sort of like intended way to beat it is that he has a sniper scope, and you kind of look for the glint of the sniper scope.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of the intended core way. But there's a really funny mechanic in it where if you are in like sniper mode, if you're laying on your stomach and you've got your sniper scope out, and you're doing that for too long, he sneaks up behind you and just shoots you in the head.
Hmm.
It has like a little cutscene where he like shoots you in the head. So there's a really funny trick to it where you put a landmine at your feet,
Oh,
and so when he walks up to do that, he sets off the landmine.
but doesn't that hurt you as well?
You just have to set it up so it's like facing away from you. Yeah,
Okay, okay.
it's just a matter of positioning. Um, Genuinely a very funny technique. Genuinely, really, really funny technique. There's like I think it's one of the best designed boss fights because like a dozen different little tricks like that.
Hmm.
Uh, I always tried to go for non-lethal, and so like in order to like you do like so few non-lethal options in 3 that like
Yeah.
a lot of it is like you just like are chasing him down and following his footprints.
Hmm. Yeah, that's what I remember doing.
Yeah, it's like the like rush down fight option. He will not fall for poison, unfortunately, which is always which I think is like the funniest mechanic in that game. There's a couple bosses you can poison.
Hmm.
You can poison the fear. That's one of the non-lethal techniques for the fear is that he drains his own stamina really fast, and if you leave poisoned or rotten food around, he'll eat the poisoned and rotten food.
Oh, really? I didn't know
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. It's and it drains the stamina even faster. It's really funny. Yeah, the fear. The fear.
The
No,
fear.
Metal Gear Solid 3 is insane. I'm really looking forward to getting to Metal Gear Solid 3.
Yeah,
Uh,
MGS3 was a really good one. I remember enjoying that.
yeah, I'm looking forward to that one. But but yeah. No, this fucking gaycation concept. This is, and also we were talking more about Kojima. Backing up on Kojima's and his sexuality, like Kojima, like clearly bisexual. I
Yeah.
I I even like I do feel like this is something I was trying to caution a little bit about while playing Metal Gear Solid, and like I thought about quite a bit. What like now I'm thinking about quite a bit now again because I just finished Metal Gear Solid 1 like a few hours ago, and like Kojima gets a lot of credit for like writing
Hmm.
everything in it, and the truth is I don't think he did because when Kojima has come up in interviews, he's like, Metal Gear Solid 1 is about genes and Metal Gear Solid 2 is about memes. And it's the genes is not even like the most impressive or built out parts of the plot of 1. It's like the nuclear proliferation stuff
Hmm.
and like American civics stuff that is like more uh more like impressive, and I don't think he thought about that as much because if he did, he would have said that that was like a fundamental theme of the game, and he doesn't say that. He says that the genes are a fundamental theme of the game.
Hmm.
He doesn't really emphasize the nuclear message, which I thought was much more compelling and better written. So presumably
Oh,
other
yeah.
people wrote that. Like
Yeah, yeah. Yeah,
presumably
the
other people
whole
wrote.
gene
Yeah,
things was a weird thing to focus on. I never really, I like, just weird.
it's even dumber now that I'm older. I have brothers. They're very, very different. We're all very, very different from each other. So there's like an interesting resonance to us with Metal Gear Solid, like that we've had this conversation running for years. That in like what the fuck is Liquid talking about? Like it was like, we're genetically identical, but I got the inferior gene. So like, first of all, like you don't know what the hell you're like. What do you
Yeah,
mean by
yeah.
identical? What do you fuck are you talking about? That's not identical. If you're identical, you're identical. You can't have like better and worse identical. That's not what those words mean. If you're identical twins, you're identical twins. And then there's just like, and if you are identical twins, like, and then you just have like a meeting between liquid and solid, and you just like watch them around each other at a very basic level. It's like, oh, these people turned out completely differently. So
Hmm.
obviously genes can't be everything, because like solid snake is not like Sephiroth. Like,
Hmm. Did you mind if
like,
I give you like a tiny spoiler for Metal Gear Solid 5? I don't know if you actually care.
go ahead, go ahead. I don't know if I'm ever
So
gonna
in,
get
in
around to it.
Metal
Yeah.
Gear Solid 5, it takes place uh I don't remember it's early, right? It's early in the timeline. And you play as like Big Boss, quote unquote, right? And you actually get to encounter Liquid as a child
Mm-hmm.
during the game. And there is a mission in which you have to essentially kind of kidnap him because, well, basically he's like kind of living as like a child soldier, but he's like the leader of this like gang of like child soldiers. And it's a really weird kind of like situation because it's like still in Africa, and it's like he's like his gang of child soldiers is just like entirely like African children. He's just like this little white boy as like the leader of them, which is like kind of
So
weird. But
so yeah, I talked about this a little bit on stream, but for in case I'm gonna make my I just have to say my opinion again and again
yeah,
and
yeah, go
again.
ahead.
Like, Hideo Kojima's bisexuality is, I don't think, particularly remarkable.
Hmm.
Uh, that he's clearly got a type with men that is, I don't know if it's more narrow. He's definitely got a type with women. Like, if you play enough Metal Gear games, like you can notice that like there's commonalities between who gets more and less sexualized.
Oh yeah.
Uh, and there's trends, and uh, there's definitely something to be said for the fact that the range of male body types on display is much wider
Hmm.
than the range of female body types. Yeah, Alex has hit where I was going with this. Hideo Kojima's thing about bisexuality is way less weird than his thing about white people. like the race thing is way weirder. Uh, and like I mean, this that literally came up on stream, was like Naomi Hunter is like a white woman who like says she looks a little bit Asian, and then like she gets found by the Zambezi. She's like orphaned in Africa and gets found by the Zambezi River. And we're like, what the fuck is going on? And she's not the only white war orphan from Africa, because
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
also Raiden's backstory. It's like, so we've got two white war orphans from Africa specifically, and how many black war orphans do we have from Africa?
I don't think the ones that you encounter in Metal Gear Solid 5 have names. They're just kind of obstacles.
Yeah, right. Like we get two named central characters who are African white war orphans. Yeah, Quiet isn't blonde. We've got two who are these African white war orphans, and then I was like, wait a second, is Naomi Rhodesian? And she is. She's fucking Rhodesian. The most alarming ethnicity to bring up. The most heavily politicized ethnicity on the planet. Ah. um, it is one of those things that was like kind of funny to me, like when I like looked at the Metal Gear wiki to like check some things, that like stuff that is not very spelled out in Metal Gear Solid 1 or even 2 is
Hmm.
like, they're like, oh yeah, this person worked for like the Sandinista Liberation Front, and like uh Gray Fox he wasn't just like a random soldier, he was like an agent of the Mozambique Democratic Socialist Party. Like they like way more explicit about naming like political organizations that exist in the real world.
Hmm.
At least from Peace Walker onward. Uh, but like, yeah, he's fucking weird about white ladies, and I've gotta say, like, if I were Kojima's wife, I would want to have some conversations about what is going on
Yeah.
here, because I'm pretty sure she's not white.
Hmm.
Uh, so, uh, but yeah, he's so fucking weird about race. And not even in like a flat out, straightforwardly, easily racist way. Because at least in Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2, there are African American characters who are portrayed in a pretty reasonable light.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, there's the DARPA chief, and Stillman's actually a pretty compelling character in Metal Gear Solid 2, the bomb defusal guy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and like, Fortune's a stupidly portrayed character, but that's like,
She's very like one-dimensional.
he's very one-dimensional, and honestly, the villains just kind of suck.
Mm.
Um, all of the good villain points were put into Revolver Ocelot. The world's stupidest spy. The stupidest character to ever live. Like, I love Ocelot. Ocelot's amazing.
He's a
Stupidest
really
character.
funny.
He's so funny. There are some like Metal Gear neophytes in my like watching me play, and I'm like, they're like, what's this guy's deal? I'm like, there's just no way I can explain how stupid this guy is. Like, you're just like, it's never. Nobody can understand the levels that Revolver Ocelot is working on. Like Revolver Ocelot is like an amorphous mass. He's like an octopus made of plot twists.
He really is.
Like, it's so funny. It's so fucking funny. The part where he meows, like.
I will say it is very enjoyable to basically like pick up Child Liquid in Metal Gear Solid 5 and just kind of like throw him around because he's like also a huge brat as a child in that game.
Oh, of
And you just
course,
kind of
of
like
course.
you take him back to Mother Base and he's just like, let me down, let me down. And also it's just like, oh man, I have to deal with this kid now. Okay.
It's just ruining Ocelot's life.
Yeah.
Imagine trying to explain to Ocelot like what the plan is.
Yeah.
It's like Ocelot, like this little kid. This little kid is going to become your arm.
Hmm.
And I don't mean just like you're going to get an arm transplant. I mean he's going to become your arm and like take over your brain and make you kiss dudes. Like, imagine trying to explain that to somebody. Like,
No, it's a Russian taunt, remember.
it's a Russian taunt, yeah. The number of times I've seen somebody streaming Metal Gear Solid 3 and they have to pause the game when Ocelot starts meowing.
It's like if you've never played it before, it's like completely out of pocket.
Yeah, no, it's I honestly kind of feel like having more context makes it more insane.
Hmm.
Like if you know who the character is and like you remember from Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2 and then you see what he's like in Metal Gear Solid 3, I feel like it's even more alarming than if he's just like a guy who does that.
Hmm.
It's like, wait, this guy, this is the guy. This is what he is like. This is how he grew up. Is doing this?
Yeah, yeah.
Like, was he doing this for fun?
He was figuring himself out.
Yeah, he's figuring himself out. I mean, he was figuring himself out. Yeah, he had to figure out that he preferred revolvers to semi-automatics, but also, I guess, figured out how much of his persona he wanted to be public. Turns out, shockingly for a guy who goes by Ocelot, less. Like, less than he was doing. What an insane character.
Yeah, very, very goofy.
Why is Revolver Ocelot like this? I love it. May look like I'm wearing. God, this is This
I
guy.
think that's one of like the top 5 Kojima tweets. We were looking at some of his like tweets earlier. He hasn't like tweeted this crazy in like many years, but like this is a pretty good one.
This is a very good one. The one that I think about was relatively recent. Was like he saw 2 movies and like he goes on and on about how beautiful one of the movies is, and then he just says, "I also saw X."
Yeah, 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 yeah.
That's what I think about a lot. Oh, what a
I really like "You will regret your words and your deeds." That one's a
yeah.
pretty good
He
one.
gets Sephiroth posting about people calling him out for his weird white woman fetish. Like he gets his turn at the Sephiroth posting, and like I gotta say, like there's something reassuring about Kojima Sephiroth posting on main,
Hmm.
because like normally you would think, right? Normally you'd think with somebody going around Sephiroth posting that they're going to like, this is a person who is never going to do anything in their life except for maybe do like an actually depressing act of terrorism.
Hmm.
Like this is a person who, like, nothing is, their life is going to be just boredom and misery until they go out unless they go out in like a blaze of glory, in which case it's a tragedy. And then like
Yeah.
in Kojima's case, it's like, no, this guy just had a melodramatic afternoon. This guy just like made a character design that was cringe, and people told him he was cringe, and he lashed out in an embarrassing fashion, and then he just like got over it.
Hmm.
Like that's, which I think is a weirdly inspiring.
Yeah.
Weirdly inspiring. Nyano, you would start Sephiroth posting IRL.
There was a series of tweets. It was 2 tweets that we were looking at from Kojima earlier, where he
Yeah.
was talking about a story that he wrote in college.
Mm-hmm.
And the basic the premise for the story or something like that was that like they were using artificial wombs so that men could have babies.
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah.
Oh hell yeah. Yeah. Uh, you know what?
It's like I want to read that story. I would love to see what college Kojima had cooked up, you know?
What that makes me think is that like that may have just flat out been an element of Death Stranding,
Oh,
and
absolutely, for
they
sure.
made him walk it back to like the external womb
Mhm.
that he's carrying around. Like that's what they made him like walk it back a little bit. They made it be like you can't make this like this literal. And you know what? You know what? Fucking cowards. Normally I'm in favor of people walking Kojima back from his most absurd ideas, but that's not absurd. That's just cool.
Mhm.
Like that's, you know what, I think doing mpreg on main in your video game, like just do it. Just do it. Just do it.
Exactly, exactly.
I know trans dudes who are planning on getting pregnant. Like,
Oh, yeah, Alex, the one, the Raiden swallowed by the huge white whale of the Information Society is digested in his stomach and vomited out through the anus. That's another good tweet he made.
that's got some, that there's a bit of an ESL problem there.
I don't know if it was translated quite correctly, but you know.
We that is a fairly literal description of what happens at the end of Metal Gear Solid 2, except for the fact that like you kind of like the way we use the verb vomit like doesn't work like that. Like
Yeah,
you gotta pick if it's vomited or shitted.
Hmm.
Like he got ejected out the anus. Vomited is not like always a synonym. This is like the rare case where you can't use vomited as a synonym for ejected.
Hmm.
Like you can generally use vomited as more or less a synonym for ejected, but like here it actually does cause a problem. Like you
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
get, you cannot be vomited out the anus. It's like one of the few things you can't be vomited out of. You can be vomited out of a lot of things, uh, but not that one. That one doesn't work.
Mm. Yeah, but
That's like
I
a
miss his crazy tweets. He hasn't made a tweet like that in a really long time.
no celebrities do. No celebrities do. It's because Twitter's cooked.
Yeah.
You know, Twitter's cooked. I mean, my my good friend Saf had like managed to have a tweet of hers like breach containment and go into like the chudosphere and like
Oh
piss
no.
off a bunch of like right wing guys, and she still only got like 20 replies. Like it was like 20 replies and 200 likes, and it's like 2 years ago this would have been like 10,000 replies and 20,000 likes. Like
Hmm.
no, this there's no juice left here. And like I mean, this is the thing that people point out all the time. Like the only celebrity who is like posting, like real posting on Maine at this point, unfortunately, is Kanye.
Yeah, I do think Dan Henschel also does a lot of schizo posting. I mean, that's his whole
Yeah,
thing. And there's
I mean,
like
he does
the
schizo posting on purpose. Like it's
yeah,
like
I mean, and then there's like the Chinese scientist guy who just like I don't know if
that's a
his
different
tweets are
case. Yeah,
real or not, but yeah.
that guy. I mean, there are some people making some decent posts on there. I mean, like I don't want to say okay. I don't want to. There are some people also being huge freaks on there still. Like Cybersmith is still on Twitter.
Oh yeah, Cybersmith. I was talking about him the other day.
Oh my God, Cybersmith is a cultural artifact.
Truly,
Uh,
yeah.
that man is a character. Uh, that man is the number of time. Oh yeah, no, he's like
The human pet guy, as we called
the human
him.
pet guy. Human pet guy is like perhaps the most Tumblr person I can think of. Like there are people who might be more like stereotypically Tumblr, and there's a lot of stereotypical Tumblr behavior that he doesn't participate in. Uh, but like, I don't think there's any person who's so uniquely Tumblr.
Hmm.
Like, who like, there are Tumblr people who like feel very Tumblr to me, but like, I can also see the fingerprints of like other websites that they've been a part of. Like, Cybersmith is pure Tumblr.
Oh yeah.
Pure Tumblr. Like, there's nothing else there. It's pure Tumblr. If there is anything else there, it is like fetish discords.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
it's there's no Reddit to his DNA. Weirdly,
Hmm.
like he looks like he should be a Reddit guy, but
He
there's no
does
Reddit
seem
DNA.
like a Redditor, yeah, but he's not.
It's not there. It's not there. It's all Tumblr. It's all Tumblr. He doesn't have any Facebook DNA. His Twitterism is like just Tumblr transplant.
Hmm.
Like it's including the fact that like the main thing that gets him any sort of visibility is a continuation of a completely unhinged Tumblr beef.
Yeah, yeah.
He's, uh, an island of redditors in DNA. I mean, like he just like doesn't write in a Reddit style.
No, he doesn't.
Like I will cop to it. Like I write in I end up writing on social media in a Reddit style. I think people can tell
Hmm.
that like they can tell that like whenever I'm writing things, I am just like straining so badly against the limits of the character limit. That like I want fucking paragraphs, you asshole. like I my writing style is it's just like so not Twitter.
Hmm.
And it's like I'm like so bad at Blue Sky and Twitter for that reason. And like Reddit's not a social media platform in the same way.
Hmm.
So it's not useful to me as a VTuber. Even though I have gotten some people from Reddit. I post on the Ask a Historian subreddit. I've actually gotten on the weekly roundup a couple times. But the like he doesn't write like a Redditor. Like I've been around too many Redditors. He doesn't fucking write like one. He's not like he's simultaneously like he doesn't have that like weird optimism that Redditors have.
Mm.
He doesn't have the like he doesn't like talk in memes in the way that a Redditor does.
No.
There's like so many things like he feels like he should be a Redditor because he's like a nerdy guy with really unfortunate facial hair, and like steampunk fashion, which is like and like his claim to fame is a thought experiment about other people's kinks
Yeah.
that is completely unhinged and that Like, unless it was your kink, and it does not appear to be his kink. Nobody should write that unless it's their own kink, and he's not like, uh, yeah, Reddit is not optimism; it's soy joy, a consumer delight. Yeah, that's actually a pretty fair point. I guess I've got some like kind of an old, so I'm thinking about like the techno optimism phases of Reddit. Like, I think of Reddit as having this kind of like swerving between like techno optimism and like total condescension, like condescending aggression, and like no, like he's got this like he's too smarmy, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
you know he's Tumblr all the way through, which is it's weird. It's weird. But yeah, like celebrities used to just post on main. They used to be fully on main on Twitter, and they just aren't anymore. You know, like
Mm-hmm.
you could find Carpenter just being like just talking about like the video games that he's playing, and like people would ask him questions about his movie, and he'd just be like, I don't care.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Which was really funny. I always found that extremely funny. That like you have people, you have movie people. I mean, Kojima's a movie guy who loves movies. Um, you're a movie person who loves movies,
Mm-hmm.
and like you'd see like other movie people who love movies, and Carpenter doesn't give a shit. Carpenter wants to play Call of Duty.
I thought I thought I heard he died like a few years ago, but no, he's still going, isn't he?
I think he's still going. I think Carpenter's still going.
Mm.
It's all that weed.
Oh yeah, yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, yeah. No. John Carpenter, and he's just like people ask him about like why did he make a movie? He's just like money. He does not give a shit. I
Yeah,
respect
you
it
know, he's
enormously.
honest. I can respect that.
And it's something that's like it honestly makes me feel better about some of the other people because like sometimes people think Scorsese's not being honest. Like
Hmm.
no, Scorsese's being completely honest. Scorsese fucking means it. Scorsese truly had life changing experiences watching Fellini films. Like he's not full of it. He means it. No
Mm.
pretense out of Scorsese. Uh, and but yeah, like nobody does that on who's the one. Hold on. There's a really famous tweet by I believe it was Azalea Banks.
Oh boy, yeah.
Uh,
Oh yeah, yeah. She's got a lot of those.
uh, Sorry, I was trying to find it and I instead found a Beanie Tuesday post that was extremely accurate. The real divide between vegans isn't preachy versus non-preachy. It's guys who eat Impossible burgers with fake cheese and fake mayo, and guys who spend 12 cents to make 6-gallon tubs of lentil curry. Yeah, that is actually true. That is the actual division among us.
Are you the lentil curry guy?
I'm the lentil curry guy. Yeah, no. I for a while my food budget was $30 a month.
Oh wow.
I am a cheapskate. Uh, No, you've had my cookies. You know that I'm willing to go the distance to save some
Hmm.
money. I don't even buy store bought bread. Uh, Let me see if I can find it because this is like an infamous one.
Yeah, well, you do that. I'll scour the Reddit
Yeah,
to see if I can
Scour.
find more interesting posts. There's this person who's obviously trolling. They've made two of these posts where they're like, "Am I the asshole for getting high and farting on my cat in my bedroom?" Like, obviously that's a troll post, but that's like what?
Farted on his cat. That doesn't even like.
I mean, obviously that's not very nice to do to the cat, but you know.
I think she may have deleted it. Fuck me.
Oh no, that's too bad. Do you remember what it was?
I remember. So I remember the specific tweet. The way I saw it presented was somebody quote tweeting Azalea Banks, and what they said was, "You will never guess what this is in response to."
Hmm.
And maybe her account's just fucking nuked. I'm gonna try searching specifically her account.
Hmm.
Underscore Azealia Banks, one word.
I feel like I know what you're talking about, but the
Yeah.
actual original tweet is like it doesn't exist in my mind. It's just like a blur. Like I've seen it
So
before,
the
but I
original
don't have
tweet
any
was
memory of
literally
it.
just it was Impossible Burgers, but it was
Hmm.
like in a tweet thread that she had made. Somebody was like, "You will never guess the context of it,"
Hmm.
and the context was like 5 tweets deep into a rant about how Impossible Burgers are made from aborted fetuses.
Yeah, that sounds like something she would say. Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
that's
that
the one
doesn't
that like really
surprise me.
sticks in my mind because I was like trying. I was like, I always, I kind of enjoy that format of like, you'll never guess what this is in response to. I was just delightfully surprised by that one because it was like such a high level of schizo posting. Like, and like that's the kind of schizo posting you just don't see on
Hmm.
from like real celebrities anymore.
Yeah.
Like it's just
Yeah, didn't
never
she
gonna
post
fucking.
pictures of her like dirty ass apartment? She had a closet where she kept the carcasses of chickens that she killed to do her like Wicca or whatever.
Dang, that's
I something like that. I don't remember.
that's and this is one of those celebrities. Like this is like me just being like an old man, right? Like
Hmm.
one of those celebrities I have no idea like what she's famous for. I don't know what she does. Is she
Hmm.
a singer?
She's yeah, she's like a musician. She made some like good music like in the I think late to mid aughts, and then she kind of started like basically schizo posting on Maine, and people were like, canceling her because she was saying all kinds of like weird shit about like, gay people or whatever.
Oh
And
yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
Notorious homophobe. Okay,
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
okay, okay. Uh, yeah. Well, the funny part is like I was trying to find this and instead I found well, and I didn't find the post, but I did find Review Bra, who is a guy who I recognize.
Hmm.
Like I do know who this guy is. I do know who Review Bra is. Like
Hmm.
this is celebrity is such an insane thing at this point in history. Celebrity is such a completely insane thing. Uh, in here in the 21st century. Like man, it's. I'm even just within the field of VTubing. Like, there's so many experiences I have where people are like, oh man, like, did you hear about this like VTuber thing? I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about, man.
Hmm.
Like, I've never heard of this person before. Uh,
Yeah, it's like
but
everything you find out through osmosis.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah. No, like the only things I put like actual effort into researching are like Roman agriculture and like Native American military history because I'm such a fucking dork.
Hmm.
Like,
Oh, well, how much do you
yeah.
know about Japanese textile production?
Not a ton.
Okay.
I could learn more. It wouldn't be something I would be interested in learning more. I know it's fair amount about Roman, Egyptian, early modern European. I'm just thinking about like what would you have access to in Japan for like traditional textiles? It would silk obviously would be something of an option.
Hmm.
Uh,
Hemp as well.
yeah, hemp. I think they had. Did they have flax?
I don't remember. I know cotton came a little bit later.
Yeah, cotton. Usually, most places cotton kind of came a little bit later. Uh, I'm just linen Japan. It does not look like it. I tried to search for. I literally put linen Japan into Wikipedia to just see like if it would turn up anything. And the first result was shibari. So I'm going to take that as not actually a traditional, not
Yeah.
particularly traditional fiber type.
Hmm.
Uh, I don't think I know wool is not going to be.
Oh yeah.
Not a lot of sheep in Japanese textiles. Yeah, that's uh going down the article for kimono. which does have the word linen in it. But that doesn't answer really anything. So hemp,
Yeah, I think
linen,
that's more of a
so
modern thing.
yeah, yeah. I mean, it would be fine to grow there. I'm just kind of a question of like, did it, right?
Hmm.
Like, did it? So that's yeah, it could be hemp was like the primary one.
Hmm. I think so.
Uh, I don't know that much about Japanese textiles. That would be a good one for me to do some research. That would be a good one for me to do some research on. Um, because yeah, they're. I'm gonna look this up. Because textile history, right, is like fun fact for folks like the amount of effort that goes into keeping people clothed before the modern era is just like absurd.
Hmm.
It's so much work. Like when you watch movies that are set in the past, they make it look like 90% of the economy is blacksmithing.
Hmm.
Like that's like all you see is like people is like guys hitting pieces of iron with hammers. And then that's just not true. Uh the majority of effort would be put into farming, which is going to include textile production and just like if you're trying to make enough clothes for a family of 6 and just like keep them clothed at a basic level, it's going to be like 2,000 plus hours of work a year just
Oh yeah.
spinning, not even like harvesting, not harvesting, not sewing, not weaving, just spinning is going to be like upwards of 2,000 hours.
Hmm.
uh, it's so much fucking work. And so like if you are interested in learning how to connect with the past and learning what your ancestors spent their time doing, you should put some time into learning how they made clothes.
Mm.
That's my hot take there. uh, my extremely robust research technique of reading Wikipedia very quickly while talking at the same time uh, makes it seem like oldest is going to be bark fiber,
Hmm.
which sounds fucking awful.
I don't know how
And then
that
hemp.
works.
I mean, so it's the same kind of thing. It just is going to take a lot more effort. Um, you take like the inner bark of certain types of tree would be amenable to it, others wouldn't, and you beat the ever loving shit out of them until they make kind of a kind of fabric. Some people's places do that until like the pretty modern era. It's apparently very loud.
Oh, okay.
Because it's you put tree bark between on a rock and then you hit it with another rock, like you just mash it with a rock and you're just doing that like all day.
Sounds
Uh,
very comfortable.
yeah, yeah. Uh, looks like silk got there by 300 AD. Yeah, you're not telling us a lot
Yeah, the
about the
Wikipedia page is
materials.
very like vague.
It's very vague, and it's not telling me. I want to know. I want to know about the materials because I'm a materials man. I'm a material boy. Um, oh, we
Do you
found
mind if
bone
I read
needles.
another
No, let's go. Let's go.
Mighty Asshole?
Let's
Okay.
go. We're not trying to do Wikipedia dives. We're trying to do Reddit dives.
Am I the asshole if I leave my boyfriend because he hates, quote, the system? Hey Reddit, I am sourly annoyed with my boyfriend. I, female 32, have been with my boyfriend 33 for a little over 3 years. Our relationship is great at this point in time. We've had ups and downs like every relationship, but we're happy and doing well. Let's get to why I'm sourly annoyed with him. It's been 3 years with no proposal or marriage in sight. We've talked about it, and he's adamant that he would love to marry me. However, he hates the system, repercussions of divorce, which causes him to hesitate on marriage. I've outright asked him if he wants to marry me, and the answer is always yes. It's also followed up with, I don't want to be fucked if we divorce. To an extent, I understand. Fathers and husbands are treated unfairly when it comes to divorce, alimony, child support, etc. Although child support would not be a factor, he's worried about alimony. He's gone through some trials with his kid's mother and child support, so that has heightened his fears. Though he's no longer on child support, he's still hesitant. My issue is that I made it clear I was dating to marry. We have a great relationship and I do love him, but I also don't want to settle. Am I the asshole if I leave the relationship because he is unsure? Edited to add, neither of us have ever been married. He keeps getting fucked by the system and CS. The courts were involved, and when the dust settles, the state is now after him after all the CS money they paid the mom, which is apparently common. Update number 1. Dad's not a deadbeat, mom is. Shrug emoji. Dad has had his kids and supported them their whole lives. Mom can't keep her shit together. Not a house, car, job, food, etc., so he has had them. She asked for a chance to get them and he agreed. She quit her job, then filed for child support a week later. So please explain how he's a deadbeat. She's not on welfare assistance. She's just an asshole. Either way, that doesn't have anything to do with me. I decided to leave.
Okay. Update 1 does not make any fucking sense. As a person
Yeah.
who's worked with the system, that is gibberish. That doesn't work.
Mm.
Like you, the state is not going to mandate or request or push for child support to a non-custodial spouse. Like, that's insane.
Yeah, that doesn't. That seems odd.
That doesn't make any fucking sense. It also rings huge bullshit alarm to me that she is talking about marriage, right? So she talks about marriage in the before the first update, and then she says he's had the kids the whole time.
Yeah.
That means that you have been helping raise his kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
She's been helping raise his kids, and that one of the most important factors in this whole marriage question is that you are getting promoted to stepmom.
Mm-hmm.
That's critical. That's a big fucking deal. And like, something just does not add up to me at all about somebody like not thinking about, like, not mentioning, like, I'm really good with his kids and I'm looking forward to being their parent.
Yeah.
Like, that just does not, that does not sound like at all reasonable. This is really triggering my bullshit alarms, even more so than the other ones, because I can see how this fits into a culture war narrative.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That was like kind
you're
of my
right.
thing
Yeah.
earlier. It was like one of those things like, because the quote the system is mostly biased in favor of the men.
Mm-hmm.
Like, does divorce find custodialship largely in favor of women? Yes. Because men most of the time do not contest it at all. And in cases where men do contest it, the court actually finds in favor of them more often than not. Like, if you want the kids, if you're a man and you get divorced and you want the kids, the courts are pretty likely to give you the kids.
Mm-hmm.
Possibly out of a corrective for the fact that so few men even bother to try, that they are trying to push towards more equitable. And if they have the opportunity to have the kids with the dad, they're gonna fucking take it, because so few dads even try to go for it. But like, no, this is nonsense and doesn't make any sense. And several of the things that would be very obvious questions here, like, what do you mean married, right?
Yeah.
What do you mean married? Because, like, if the writer wants to be married because of the legal protections involved, which I think is reasonable, she would not be saying these fucking MRAS talking points.
Yeah.
If she wants to be married for religious or cultural reasons, the way the US system works on marriage, people often get confused about this. We haven't had common law marriage since the 70s.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like it's not a thing. Like, if you want to get married, you have to file with the fucking courthouse. You can't just like get married without the courthouse like knowing that you said you were married. Like,
Mm.
you have to fucking tell them. It won't just like the way that common law marriage works is like you just cohabitate so long that like if a marital question comes up, the state asks around and your neighbors are like, well, we thought they were married. And if enough of them say, well, we thought they were married, that like the court's like, well, I guess they are married, and like ex post
Hmm.
facto makes it a marriage. We just don't do that anymore because it's like weird and messy and annoying.
Yeah.
And it's like the last place to do it was Utah, and they stopped doing it decades ago. So unless you are really old and have been with your partner since the 70s, it's not a real concern. So like you don't have to worry about common law marriage. That's a nonsense. She doesn't even mention it. But like, so like if you get married at your church and you just don't sign a legal marriage certificate, you're not legally married.
Hmm.
Even if you are culturally married. Like if you want to be married for like legal or cultural reasons, you can do that. You can split the difference. You can split those, and it doesn't come up. This just sounds like a way to like somebody who's not that good at hiding their intentions doing an MRA rant.
So you think this one is fake?
And like I said, I normally don't give a shit, but this is like this makes so little sense to me that I can't even think about whether or not anybody's an asshole here because like I can't believe these are people.
Yeah.
I can't believe that like this is and like they've just not raised any of the relevant points.
Hmm.
Right? Like there are relevant points here, but it's like again, like I said, like have you been helping raise the kids?
Yeah, like
That's the part where I'm like really
yeah.
shocked. I'm like that's like turbo relevant. Like if you are dating to marry and you're with a guy who has kids, it should be extremely relevant what your relationship to those kids is going to be because you're going to have one. And it's now going to be a legal relationship with the kids as well, not just with the father. And again, like this doesn't add up at all. This doesn't add up
Hmm.
at all. Like if he was a deadbeat, this would at least like add up. But instead, like he's the primary custodial parent, but also like she doesn't have any thoughts or feelings about being a mom.
Hmm.
Like no. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. This is some incel shit.
Yeah.
This is incel shit that's been wrapped up.
Yeah,
Not
I like when I was browsing through a lot of these, they definitely like so many of them are just kind of like, okay, this definitely like, yeah, it could be real, but also like you said, like does someone have an agenda behind it, you
yeah.
know?
Most of the time I don't. Most of the time I don't really care because like if somebody tells just like an outright like insane story, I'm just like, that's what people are like. You just reminded me that there is a completely insane one that I hope has not been deleted. I'm going to see if I can find it.
Okay.
Uh, I'm going to see if I can find it.
Well, you do that. Do you mind if I read another one?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Am I the asshole for going undercover as a problematic shipper in order to expose them in my community? I run a fandom server. Well, we're generally chill, but we've been having a problem with an influx of pro shippers, people who create or
No.
support problematic ships, often depicting harmful dynamics. Over time, a few have slipped in and started causing issues, sparking conflicts with the other members, and making the space less welcoming. I tried warning or banning them as they've come up, but they've gotten good at evading moderation and they'll rejoin under new accounts or push the boundaries just enough to avoid breaking rules explicitly. It's been hard to address it with the don't be a jerk rule alone, and I'm worried about them creating an atmosphere that makes others uncomfortable. I had the idea to rejoin the server with a fresh account pretending to be a pro shipper. My plan was to blend in, subtly ask questions, and get them to out themselves or say things that would make it clear who's engaging in this kind of behavior so I could ban them. On the other hand, I feel justified. I'm trying to make the server safe and fun for everyone again. On the other, I feel weird about the deception and I worry it might spark more drama if anyone figures it out. So am I the asshole for going undercover as a pro shipper to catch the problematic shippers and remove them from my server?
This is insanity.
Yeah,
This is like the dumbest kind of insanity. What
it's
is
so
wrong with you?
stupid.
What is wrong with you? This is
I didn't even know where to begin with this one. Like, obviously, this is
this is like a peak touch grass moment here.
it really is, yeah.
This is like
And the OP is deleted too. Interesting.
you run a fandom server, and there's something about there's something there's like a this is an insane linguistic slippage, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Because do you mind if I give like my perspective on
yeah
this?
yeah.
So in my experience observing people who are like pro shippers or like
Mhm.
not pro shippers, I guess. I don't even remember, like, whatever.
Anti is the phrase
Antis,
I grow. Yeah.
whatever. Like, generally speaking, they pretty much keep to their own, like, devices. Like,
Yeah.
they don't really, like, try to instigate one another, right? I mean, occasionally, you'll see someone, like, basically being like, "Oh, this is wrong, this is problematic, blah, 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 blah," but, like, it doesn't really get to the point where, like, people are, like, trying to troll people or, like, like,
There's
basically create conflict over it, you know?
there's one big exception that I can think of,
Okay.
which is the Raylo stuff.
Oh, yeah, fair, fair.
The Raylo shipping stuff was madness, and I think that was non-trivially because it was primarily on Twitter and not really like in Discord servers or subreddits, which is much more normal. Like
Mhm.
there's often fights between people who are specific shippers. This is actually the part that is like weird to me. Like again, I think I'm a lot less of a fandom person than you in general. Uh, there aren't a lot of times where like there's been a piece of media that was like so compelling to me that I wanted to read like fan fiction instead of just like going on and reading a different book.
Mhm.
Uh, I'm not like shitting on it. It's just like it's just my tendency. Uh, and what I have kind of witnessed as a somewhat more external observer is that like people are pro and anti shippers at like a very fandom specific level.
Mhm.
Like it's not like somebody is just like a pro shipper in general. There might be some
Yeah.
people who are just anti shippers in general, but there will be people who like think shipping is annoying in Star Wars, but think it's cool in Star Trek.
Mhm.
Right, like they'll and people tend to be like very specific about specific ships. Like I said, I mentioned the Raylo stuff, and there's like a whole like pro anti Raylo thing, which might even be the specific thing that they're talking about right here. This might be a Raylo like an anti like a Last Jedi fandom server that's anti Raylo.
It says
Because
it's from
otherwise, I don't
6
like
months ago. I don't know if people still care about that much, but it's a possibility.
that's possible. Okay, then I really don't know what's going on because like no, like this is the thing that's hitting me is like pro ship they're creating as a they're using the concept of they're using contiguity and proximity. They're using verbal proximity to suggest that pro shipper is a portmanteau of problematic shipper,
Mhm.
and it's not. Right? It's not.
Yeah.
It's a portmanteau of. It's not a portmanteau. It just means pro as in favor of.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
It's a person who likes making ships and likes the ships that the community is making. And an anti-shipper is a person who is either more discerning / discriminating about ships or just thinks that shipping is a stupid and annoying thing to do in a fandom.
Yeah.
No, this person is insane. This person is like you run the server and you've got a person you hate on your server, you can fucking ban them for a vibe check. Fuck
Yeah.
off. Like what is wrong with you? You're going to infiltrate your own server on a stealth account? You're going to sock puppet a Discord server? What are you doing?
I'm curious to how big this server is. Is it like several hundred people or is it like 50 people, you know?
I can't imagine it's less than like 1,000 people because otherwise I'm like, what is even happening here? Like that's even
Mhm.
like more insane. I got to use the bathroom, but I've got a
Okay.
good one.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I'll be back in a bit.
Yeah, these fellas are whack. Yeah, this one is like unlike Almontes, I do kind of look at these as like, okay, is this fake or real? Because I don't particularly like to make a judgment unless I know like if it's real or fake. I don't know why. That's just kind of how my mind operates. And it's like this is either fake or it was like you said, Ulu, written by a child or like a very, very immature adult. But like just knowing how these kinds of people operate, I feel like this is like a possibility. Although, like the just like the concept of like pro shippers coming into a server and kind of like trying to stir the pot, like we said, is very unusual. Like that's not something that I typically see. I mean, like what I can see happening is like pro shippers coming into the server and kind of trying to toe the line to see if like they will be accepted in that place. But like if you don't want them there, all you just have to do is put like a rule on the server that says something like, "Oh, like if your ship is problematic, then you can't join the server," or some stupid bullshit like that. I don't know. I mean, it probably won't do much, but generally speaking, when people like know that they are not welcome in a particular space, they're probably not really gonna want to hang around.
I'm back.
So, yeah. Oh, okay. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Uh, okay, let me go grab it because this is actually my all-time favorite Reddit post.
Ooh, okay.
Uh, this one I would, if you will let me. Actually, I should ask before I give it to you. Even how bad is your entomophobia?
My what?
Okay, I guess you're not bad. How afraid of insects are you?
Um, I would prefer not to see pictures of them.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
Okay.
And if your answer was anything other than completely fucking bone terrified, it was fine.
Okay, I think this one should be okay. Let me put this in here.
Yeah, yeah. There's no pictures in this one.
Okay. Oh, wow, Vietnamese centipede. Oh, those are big ones, aren't they?
They're about a meter long.
Mhm.
Uh, they're arm length. Um, my 27 boyfriend, 28, centipede escaped and we're fighting about it. He has a Vietnamese centipede. Google it. I don't recommend Googling it if you're at all afraid of centipedes. They're crazy.
Yeah.
Vietnamese centipedes are crazy. Uh, and it came with him when we got our first apartment together a few months ago. He's into exotic animals, so this is his idea of a pet. I didn't mind as long as it never left the tank. Now it's got out somehow. The problem is, we'd been going to have his brother, sister-in-law, and niece over to visit today. His niece is at the, quote, crawling everywhere stage. These centipedes are very aggressive and will bite if startled or not handled properly. I said he should cancel the visit until the centipede is found, or at least warn them. He said it's not a big deal. What? There's a baby going to be crawling all over with a venomous centipede on the loose? He said she could provoke it into coming out of hiding and that he'd jump in and get it before it could hurt her. This is fucking insane to me. I get he wants to find his pet. I want it found too, but how is it acceptable to put a child at risk? So I told him if he didn't tell his brother, then I would, and they could decide if they came. He said, fine, whatever, and hasn't spoken to me since this morning. He did go call them, and predictably they didn't want to come. We rescheduled, but he's still annoyed at me for taking safety seriously. We've still kept looking for the centipede, but I can feel his annoyance at me. Is there something I did wrong? Uh, I'll skip the TLDR. And how things stand as of 10 p.m. Still no centipede. The apartment isn't that big, 3 rooms, 1 closet, and we've checked literally everywhere. No square foot has been unturned, and yes, we stripped the bed and sorted through every piece of laundry. We live in a very large and very old building, hundreds of residents. At this point, we think it's likely gotten into a crack somewhere in the wall or gone down a vent. The building isn't exactly up on its repairs. I did calmly tell my boyfriend we needed to talk about his reaction. I told him the phrasing of using it, basically saying, let's use my niece as bait and lure it out. He hadn't seen it like that, but when I said so, he realized it was true. Etc., etc., etc. But, like, this is one of my favorite fucking Reddit posts of all time, if not my favorite Reddit post
I
of all
think I
time.
actually did read this like several years ago. So thank you for reminding me of it because yeah, this one is really wacky.
This one's insane. I will say the centipede's fucking dead, man.
Yeah.
Vietnamese centipedes are very, very sensitive to humidity.
Oh, are they?
As you might. Oh yeah. They need a very high level of humidity. They need like a pretty controlled environment because the thing is like they're an arthropod, right?
Mm.
And they're gigantic. They're gigantic. You don't get that big without making certain trade-offs, and one of the trade-offs they have is like they really need to rely on their environment for regulating their moisture level. So they will
Okay.
die of dehydration in a lot of environments. So the thing got out of the tank, it got into the vents in the building, it died in the vents. Like 99% chance. That's what happened. I'm like 99 to 100% chance of what happened. Vietnamese centipedes, guys, these things hunt fruit bats.
Are they venomous or are they just very aggressive?
They're venomous, they're aggressive, and they're huge.
Oh, okay. All three, the trifecta.
Yeah. I don't know if they could kill a baby, but they could certainly traumatize and damage it.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Its nickname is a murderpede. He wants a child running around with something nicknamed a murderpede.
Like how do you even get one of these? Do you just like have to import it? Do people just like raise them and sell them?
There's an entire Clint's Reptiles about him. Clint's Reptiles
Wow.
rules as a channel, by the way. That's a S tier YouTube channel. He does not consider them to be particularly good pets, and that guy's standards are whack.
Yeah, they don't really do anything.
They run really fast and they eat the shit out of whatever you put in the tank. I mean, like, I to me they don't seem like a good pet. In like a lot of ways. Like I don't really. I'm not one of those. There's definitely a type of person who likes to have a pet that just like you kind of look at.
Yeah.
And like I'm just not that kind of guy. Like I want a pet with like some amount of interactability, and like murderpeds are like a similar level of interactability as like black widows. Which like to get again, I want to give a sense of like the kind of curve that Clint's Reptiles is judging things on. Is that Black Widow actually placed as one of the best ones?
Really?
This is not because he has like particularly bizarre standards. It's because so many of the things he reviews are such incredibly horrible pets. Like, yeah, no, the Black Widow placed really highly because like he's doing like exotic pets. So things like upfront cost and like can you even get your hands on the goddamn thing in the first place are like significant factors. Like how hard are they? How much do they cost to buy? How much can you even get your hands on them? And like, can you like what kind of upkeep do they need? Are all like significant factors. Like how hardy are they? Like how likely are they to just die from random bullshit? And like Black Widows, if you live in North America, the only problem with them is you can't fucking touch them.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you just like find a Black Widow somewhere in your house and you hold a jar up and knock it into the jar, and now you've got a Black Widow as a pet. And if you need to feed a Black Widow, you just find a fly and you like hold the jar up to the fly and trap the fly in the jar and you feed it. And you just do that every couple weeks. Like, so like they're incredibly easy on like every scale. No, the Vietnamese centipedes are like a similar level of handling as a fucking Black Widow, which is a bad sign in the first place. And then they're also expensive and they die extremely easily from like slight changes in humidity.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, no, this guy's insane. This is fucking insane. Like, who's among us has not used a baby as bait for a murder feed?
Yeah, that's definitely like I worry for his competence as like an exotic pet owner if he thinks that's an
Yeah.
appropriate way to like, deal with an escaped one.
What a fucking guy.
Let's see. I think I have time for one more. Does that sound good?
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
All right.
Let's go. If you got one on mind, if you don't, I was going to do I was going to pull a non-Reddit story. I've got one lined up.
Okay, this one's actually pretty short actually. Let's
Yeah.
see your Reddit story instead. Let's do that one. I mean your non-Reddit story, sorry.
Okay. You might have heard of it. It's called the Rip Line.
The Rip Line. It
The Rip
doesn't ring a
Line is
bell.
something awful.
No, it doesn't ring a bell.
This is Dan Olson's reconstruction of the Rip Line. Because
Okay.
the actual original version of it is a mess because it's a something awful thread that like half the posts are deleted and like the images are all broken.
Oh, okay. It's on
Uh,
Twitter. How is that gonna work?
uh, I mean,
Oh, it's just like a Twitter thread. Okay.
it's a Twitter thread. It's a Twitter thread. Yeah, it's a pretty
Okay.
straightforward Twitter thread. Yeah.
Okay. So, some dude who built a zip line for a summer camp with an
Yep.
143-foot vertical drop tower to tower, bringing a test sandbag up around 55 to 65 miles per hour by the time it reached the receiving platform. Okay,
Yeah.
let's see. The story of it is this dude creates a new post asking for advice. Hey, I work at a summer camp and my bosses gave me a huge pile of money to make something new and fun, so I went ahead and built the zip line, but it seems to be a bit fast. What can we do? They had a lot of construction expertise on the team. The whole $30,000 thing was very solidly built, but they had no engineering experience and did zero math until
Yeah.
after it was done. All right, there's your first mistake. So it turns out that this extremely long, incredibly high zip line has a 19-degree angle of incline and a 143-foot vertical drop and reaches an end speed of 55 to 65 miles per hour. Decline solutions include bungee cord. A long enough bungee is too expensive and the risk of failure too high. Padding, nothing practical. You can hit at 65 miles per hour that won't injure or kill you. On harness braking system, can't rely on 10-year-olds to brake. True, failure point. Off harness braking system, like a counterweight, too complex, failure point. Passive braking, like dragging a rock or something along the ground. Passive resistance from a giant fan won't do anything, and now you're hurtling at 55 miles per hour towards spinning blades. Put a lot of slack in the line so riders hit a nadir and slow as they reach the receiving platform. Well, let's get back to the height issue. Because they didn't want to risk any kids ever coming close to the ground, the nadir of the line, as is almost 40 feet off the ground. So you could put a lot of slack in the line and it would still be 20 feet off the ground, which is a problem if you need to make sure that 70-pound kids make it to the end while 200-pound teenagers don't smack into the platform, still going 30 plus miles per hour. If the light kids slow too much, they might not even make it to the platform, and they're now suspended 20 feet off the ground in the middle of a gulch. So, getting the slack to be just right is almost impossible because you're not just trying to bleed a couple feet per second of velocity to smooth out the landing, you're trying to drop from highway speeds down to a light sprint. So, this raises the question just how far off target were they? How much taller was the tower than not to have been? About 19 times. Should I open this image? Is it relevant?
It's not really relevant.
Okay.
It's just a calculation.
Okay. The reception of this rip line, the machine to kill children, is, of course, only enhanced by the mass grave aesthetic of the wide gulch they bulldozed between the two towers. This one just kind of peters out. Like I said, the OP went back and edited all his posts just to say, never mind, after he realized how screwed he was. But shortly before that, he left us this gem. I'll post pictures of the new and improved plan so you armchair lawyers can tell me how stupid I still am and how the lawsuit clouds are swirling above my head. Okay, visual aids. So, oh, yeah, that's
really good. That's a really good visual aid.
The Washington Monument? Oh my god.
So
wow.
funny.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
So funny. Like just the part about the fans is the part that like makes me so happy. The like you're now going 55 miles per hour into spinning blades.
So they did literally no research. They were just like, yeah, let's just build 2 zipline towers, whatever. They just
didn't. Like this is a lesson, folks. This is a lesson, folks, because they built it. Right? Like we have pictures of it. This is not like a proposal. We have a picture of what they built. Like if you go up to the top of the thread, you can see the damn thing. They got the hammers and nails out and they made the damn thing, but they did that before they did a calculation of how tall should it be.
That's oh my god, that's so ridiculous.
It's so good. I love it. I love the rip line.
What do they call it? The machine to kill children.
The machine to kill children.
Oh, this is thank you for sharing this. I've never seen this one before.
After I posted this too, I just remembered the Bath Doom, which we might have to talk about at a later date.
The what?
Bath Doom.
Bath Doom. Okay, we'll put a pin in that for next time. That one definitely sounds interesting.
Ask me about Bath Doom next time. It's amazing. It's so good. But yeah, you want to go to bed. You want to wrap up.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you joining me for this this interesting adventure.
I mean, thank you for letting me on. I am always happy to join you, Alex. You're a delight.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. You want me to get out of here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get out of here so you can say goodbye to your community. All right.
Okay, do you have anything you want to say? Or?
Yeah, come to my channel. You can click on my profile in the chat right now and it's
I
me.
don't have to shout you out. Thank you.
That's me.
You just click on the link.
Yeah, you can just click on my name. I'm a VIP here because Alex was decisive enough to hand out VIP slots. I have not used any of my VIP slots even once. So, come check me out. I stream earlier in the day. Usually, I've been streaming around 5 p.m. US Eastern these days, and tomorrow I will probably, there might be a cancellation, but I'll probably be having Bug VT on and we'll be talking about nostalgia, which will definitely have something to do with all the Kojima talk.
Oh boy, nice.
Definitely be talking more about Kojima and Metal Gear Solid because, again, I played the game 25 years apart. So, definite change in perspective between playing the game 25 years apart. Yeah, that's me. I do a lot of calligraphy. I talk about history a lot. I talk about history some more, and I talk about history even more than that. Alex is very nice to me. So thank you, Alex.
Yeah, of course.
All right.
All right, have a good night.
Good night.
All righty. Yeah, this went on for longer than I expected it to. Oh my god, Demi! I'm so sorry I didn't see you come in earlier. Welcome in. I don't know if you're still here. Let's see. I'm gonna see who I can. Is anyone still? Oh, Ronan! Oh my god, I didn't know she was streaming. I didn't know she was streaming tonight. Okay, we're gonna go say hi to Roro. Let me switch over to the ending stream here. Next stream will be probably on. Well, it says Saturday, so most likely it's gonna be Saturday. Oh, Night Captain. Yeah, sorry, I'm editing. But I'm gonna send you guys over to a good friend of mine. But yeah, that's all I got for you today. Before I go, I just want to say I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you're from. And hopefully, I'll see you all next time. Bye bye.